All right, welcome everyone to the Season 7 South Africa cast assessment, Trinity Survivor. So we got a lot of people here tonight. So we got myself, Julian, obviously. I'm just going to go from left to right on my screen. We have Season 6. What the fuck season were you on? Season 5. Season 5 fan favorite, Livingston, repping his Deception Island shirt, hell yeah. And we have the winner from that same two-time hero of the season, Connor. We have resident flop and also production member, Jackson Walsh.
After every positive comment.
We have Season 6 fan favorite, Chris Anastasia. And Blake.
Fuck you!
Okay, let's fill it in correctly.
We
and
have,
ex-boyfriend, Blake.
we have both. We have someone who has won both Hero of the Season and Villain of the Season, Blake.
How's he won both if I've won
Put
both?
your hands on the wheel!
No,
The fucking wheel, Blake.
I said you won Hero twice. He won Villain.
I have one hand on the wheel and another hand flipping the glove.
All right, bitches, we got a lot of people to talk about. We got a lot of people to talk about those people. So let's jump in. I've sent the order to the Skype chat, and first up tonight we have Pete. So whoever wants to jump right in, go ahead.
Not all of us at once.
Let's see.
We can just go in the order I listed. Livingston, go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I played Taze 2 with Pete. We talked a decent amount. I think I haven't watched him play too many Survivor games, but I think Pete has a decent social game. I think he's able to make bonds. People were joking around about on the Zoom call earlier about how, like, Pete's a type where all you have to do is flirt with them and you can, get something from him. He is a very interesting character. I think people could find that endearing. I think he has some decent connections on his starter tribe, so, like, I feel like he could do well, but, that's just, like, my gut feelings about him at the moment.
Kevin?
Is everyone on 10 gauge a bottom?
He came from Tumblr.
Okay.
He has a 10 gauge now.
Oh yeah, because he's a white level, right?
So he came from Tumblr, but the answer to that is still yes.
Yes.
I mean, all I've heard from Pete is just from Taze 2, where it sounded like he was pretty villainous. So I don't know. I think he will be pretty good. His he definitely has an interesting personality, but I don't know, man. That fucking tribe. That tribe is really good. So I have no idea who's gonna fall by the wayside in that tribe, but that's it for me. I like Pete. I'm glad he got his Red Wings. And yeah.
Connor?
So last time I did this, I gave everyone a word, and that kind of evolved into food. So this time we're just going to start with food and end with food. Butter. The reason Pete is a stick of butter is because I feel like no one usually eats a stick of butter by itself, but people that do really enjoy it. I don't see Pete as going to be someone that people are going to get along with or people want to draw to, but if they do get along and draw to Pete, they'll benefit from it and they'll like Pete, which is why he's a stick of butter. And also, might be the only one doing that. I'm putting everyone as a number of what I think their placement will be. And I think, get your chart ready, Jack. I think Pete, unfortunately, is going to be 21st.
You take that fucking back. Also, Livingston.
I want to say, I feel like Pete's pre-merged, but I'm going to give it like 17th. I'm going to give him a few more placements than Connor.
Okay. And Kevin?
15th.
Okay. And
Oh.
then,
Jack, you're up next.
so Pete, holy fuck, Pete. I come from a place where Pete is quite literally the funniest person I've ever seen because he just does not give a shit. He will say whatever he wants, and he can pull it off. Pete just knows how to make people laugh. The one thing is, if you don't know about Pete, you see him as really, really strange. And I know we're going to talk about this later, but Dylan, like, as Pete was being revealed, was like, this guy's stuck up. He's not really interesting. So, as he did at the end of Tase 2, where he basically listed every single thing once his back was up against the wall. But until he's not going to do much. And that's pre-merge. Do we know where the merge is? It's like 13. We have it in the doc. Merge at 11. So I honestly think Pete has enough charisma just to take him to the jury. I think people are going to take him out for being too likable. So yes, it is. Final threes are
That's crazy.
disgusting. So I'm gonna give Pete 10.
Chris?
I really didn't get much out of his video, except the fact that he loves Bowser and that he's a bottom and that he's like punk. So I heard of this person until I watched his video today, and I thought he was the funniest thing in the world. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. I'm also gonna give him about 15 to Jack. I love you, but I don't see him doing that well.
He loves Bowser a lot, and
He loves certain anatomical portions of Bowser.
Love that.
yeah,
Blake?
What the fuck?
Okay, so during Tase 2, one thing I learned about Pete very quickly is if you double cross him, he will call your ass out right on the spot in front of every single person, and he will not give up. So I definitely think that if he shows those cards super early, he could be one of the first couple boots. However, with the people on his tribe, I think he's going to get a little bit into the pre-merge. But he is also until he is forced with his back against the wall, kind of like Jack said. So I do think that he's gonna get pre-merge. I'm gonna guess around 13 would be my guess.
Who just joined?
that
Is it
is
Keaton?
Loki.
I'm
Oh.
done with my running into a game, so I'm gonna be here for the rest of the night. Yahoo!
Yay!
Can I say one more?
Yeah,
Can
go
I say
ahead.
one more thing?
Yep.
One of the main things that I remember the most about Pete during Tase 2 is he loves to post Bowser jokes. So
We are not still on the first person.
Yes, we
We're still
are.
on the first person.
We just got here.
We just started.
Oh, well,
Yeah, we
perfect
just started.
timing for me.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly, bastard.
Keaton, you're up. Pete, go.
Pete,
Pete.
Yes.
okay, like 15th, and here's why. So, I'm sorry, I absolutely love Pete to death outside of games, but his Big Brother game in Tase 2 was nothing short of a fucking mess. Wait, did two other people really say this? I had no idea. That was so good.
Perfect. Chris and Kevin have also said 15.
I mean, it's fair. Like, he's not a bad player, but he's definitely. You're going after him. Pops the fucking gun out, yells like there's no tomorrow, and just goes to fucking town. Not to mention, he's probably the weirdest person in the cast. Just, dude, Jack, you're looking at me like that, but you failed to realize what his picture was. And also,
I thought
my
about
first
it,
interaction
yeah.
with him in a game was literally him flirting with me for 3 hours. First interaction. So, I don't know what the fuck to expect from him, but I know it's going to be a blast no matter how far he makes it. I don't expect him to make it far, but if he does, I will be oh so happy.
Okay. So, I absolutely fucking adore Pete. We don't talk a whole lot, but he is an absolute sweetheart when you get to know him. And I do consider him a very close personal friend of mine. That said, I don't think he's going to do well this season because like this cast is, well, actually I don't know. I don't remember who exactly said it, but Pete is someone who really takes a lot of like time and effort to get to know. And if you don't get to know him, he's just going to come across as that weird guy who likes Bowser. And if you do get to know him, you're going to see that he's actually a great guy. That said, though, this cast was kind of put off by him. His cast photo, his everything he sent in, basically everything we required him to send in was weird in one way or another. Blood all over the picture, blood all over the video. His intro video where he just talks about Bowser and getting lost in the Vatican and being a bottom. He actively puts out these weird vibes, and like I respect it, but also I don't see him going like super far. Jack, I'll get my placements to you when we're done because honestly, I did not plan. All right, so we're gonna kind of rotate down one person for the next person. So Savannah and Kevin will start.
Well, I mean, I think Livingston should start.
No, we're saving Livingston for last.
I could be first for the next one.
We're saving you for last on the next one.
Oh, okay.
It works out. Like we're rotating down one spot for a new person.
Is she the one with 7 dogs?
Yeah.
Is that her?
Yes, I think so.
So it's gonna be really interesting on this tribe with her and like Evelyn, where they've watched next to zero Survivor. Really have no idea. But I don't know. Her videos seemed real good. She's friends with Livingston, which kind of raises some red flags. And I don't think that she would be the first two, but I don't see her outlasting that entire tribe. I guess I'd have to go with it's cast 22.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with 16th. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get too much of a feel for her. But I can almost guarantee that Evelyn is gonna like love her. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, 16th.
Okay, Connor.
So I don't know much about this chick either, but I think one thing you got incorrect, Kevin, is that I actually think she's a fan of the show. I don't know if Livingston can nod, but I feel like that's kind of how this happened. Isn't
I'm
she
not
watching
really
the show?
sure of how much Survivor she's seen.
Oh, never mind. The food I'm gonna give her is chives because I'm worried that like okay when you have a nice little bowl of mashed potatoes and you focus on the potatoes, you got the gravy in there. There's always sometimes you put chives on there. Chives are usually an afterthought. I'm worried.
I don't put chives on my mouth.
Some people do, and I'm worried she's gonna be a bit of an afterthought. I hope she isn't, but I'm kind of worried about that. But if you're an afterthought, people don't think about you. They don't think about you. Can't vote your name, right? Right? It's a hack. So that's why I'm gonna give her. I think she's gonna make a run here, especially if she can seem like she cares about this. Like I know she's getting on this like show game through Livingston, which is we can all agree is a concern for everyone. If she can kind of get her shit together and act like she cares and wants to, and if she can get momentum and actually put effort into this,
I cannot hear you, Connor.
Huh?
I cannot hear you.
Well, we can. Your internet connection is unstable.
Okay,
Okay.
just go ahead.
I'm gonna give her a 10th. I think she's gonna make a bit of a run here.
All right. Jack.
I love Savannah, but at the same time, anyone from Livingston is a questionable choice because it's Livingston. But really, I do see her going kind of deep. there are a lot more women on this cast, so I don't think there's going to be as much of an incentive as maybe it was in past seasons to keep around the 1 or 2 women on your tribe, because now there are like 4. And I know people brought that up in the past. So I think she's gonna go late pre-jury. I'm honestly gonna claim her as 12th, just because I just don't know. She's a complete wild card to me.
Chris?
I just put on my notes next to her, yes, theater and criminal minds queen. So obviously, if you're a huge fan of theater and huge fan of criminal minds, I'm going to support you. So I'm gonna say for her, I think she's gonna go really, really, really well, and I gave her the Livingston surviving placement of 7th. So.
Keaton?
Okay, so everyone's bashing Savannah just because
Not everyone.
Not everyone.
Like, here's my thing, and I'm just gonna base it not off the fact that somehow she's friends with Livingston. I'm not bashing her for it, but it's choices. I don't know what's gonna happen with her. I think being like a complete unknown is going to be a benefit, especially with the amount of pre-existing relationships that do exist in this group of people. I think being someone that is just in a complete disconnect can be extremely helpful, especially if they start I think they're someone that if they start learning the connections, they're going to hide just how much they understand it and like manipulate it to their advantage. I think she's someone that can make a deep run. I see her definitely making merge. I think she's not an idiot in any stance. But I don't see her making it deep in merge. I'm gonna go with 11.
Blake?
All right. So kind of like Chris said, I heard her say Criminal Minds and I automatically started standing her. I think that she seems like a really, really sweet girl. And I think people will kind of attach themselves to that. At the same time, I could see that being a detriment to her too, because people don't like taking those extremely social players far. However, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is her first org.
Yep.
That is also could be concerning, because will she be active? Will she not be active? Will she be social? Will she not be social? It's kind of hard to juggle with somebody who's playing a first org, but I really, really like her. And I want to say that she'll be active. She'll be social. I'm going to give her 8th.
Right. So I also kind of want to give her 8th, just funny, like for no other reason than it matches Livingston. What's her major again? Because I remember her mentioning it and that being a big draw
Like
for us.
criminal psychology, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that kind of thing would give her a pretty big ability to like read the room, read people in general. She gives me vibes that she's a lot smarter than she's let on, which I mean isn't to say she's not let anything on at all, because she did give us pretty strong impressions at first. But I can see her honestly turning up. Like, we've had people in the past before who've never seen Survivor and still absolutely fucking slayed lives. Looks at Emma. But
Ew!
I can see Savannah honestly going really far into this game. Like, I don't think she's getting pre-merged at all. Will she win? I don't know. I can see her getting blindsided in like similar fashion to Livingston. I hate to keep comparing the two, but it just makes sense. Yeah, I kind of see a similar trajectory. I think she's going to do well, but I don't think she's going to win. Livingston?
Okay, so I want to have my hands up because I don't want y'all to think that I copied my placement from Blake and Julian, but I also put Savannah, misspeak, as 8th because I was thinking the same thing. I think Savannah merges based on my in real life interactions with her. She's very smart. She's shy and can fade into the background fairly well, which is usually how I merge because I'm very good at like just kind of sit in there pre-merge, except in surviving when anyone decided I was public enemy number one. So I think she's very smart from all my interactions with her. She has a lot of leadership roles. Head of the improv group, well, one of the heads of the improv group at our school, a major like theater person, both as an actress and then also as like a head stage manager. Like, I think she has a lot of things where she can talk to people, and her tribe has a lot of people that I think are, you know, genuinely very nice social players that she could talk about. And I think if that tribe goes to tribal, do you want like the person who, hey, this is their first org and they're like, you know, is that really the first one of the first few boots from there? I don't think so. That wouldn't be my thinking. And I was talking to Rachel earlier, and I know her and Rachel are already PMing. So like Savannah's already there. She's already talking to people. I think this is her first org, but if she can go ahead and set those, you know, those social, you know, those social relationships already, if she can already solidify those, I think she goes far in this game. So I think she merges, and she probably gets out kind of like when I did. People will wake up one day during merge and realize, hey, everyone likes Savannah and wants Savannah here. We should get her out while we still can. So that's how I'm feeling about Savannah.
Livingston, I have a question.
What?
Does Savannah know you have a fetish for barking?
Oh my gosh. I think
or feet.
not the feet thing, because I haven't made a joke about that, even though that was a joke that started in Taze 2. I'm pretty sure I have barked in front of her, because I bark in theater a lot. Because it's funny.
Okay, now I'm more concerned.
I've always been concerned. Now it's like
Skyrocket.
All right. So next we have Evelyn. Connor, go ahead.
She's got blue hair. I know that.
She has red hair.
Red hair? She didn't have blue.
You were thinking of the wrong person. You thought of Megan, you idiot.
No, that's
You're thinking of
Aubrey.
Abby.
Wow.
I mean, Megan
Pete.
too, I think.
You see,
Oh my
Julian.
God.
You see, Julian. This is why you cast at maximum 1 or 2 women.
Wait, has she ever had blue hair, though? She's had blue hair.
No, I don't think she's ever had blue hair.
Okay, I know her name's Evelyn. Let's start there.
Yes, there you go.
I don't know her that well. She seems dandy. The food I'm gonna give Evelyn Tic Tac. She doesn't stand those little Tic Tacs you get in that little container. And you pop a Tic Tac, and a Tic Tac.
We're
I
now
think
counting
Evelyn-
Tic Tacs as food, a concept.
What
it is
What Connor
it's a
means by
candy.
that is you get a little bit of her and it's cool, but if you get a lot, you're sick of her. Is that it?
No. Well, the thing is, Tic Tacs are very peculiar in themselves. They kind of go, oh, Tic Tac, why would I eat that? That's an odd choice for a candy. But I feel like you eat a Tic Tac, you're gonna be like, that's a good Tic Tac. Same with Evelyn. I don't know how people would view Evelyn on first impressions. And maybe goes, oh, she just seems a bit out there. But you get to know Evelyn, you might start liking Evelyn. Next thing you know, you're down the whole thing attack just like that. I think it's very likely that people will like Evelyn. People want to work with Evelyn. I think Evelyn's issue could be does not know what to do with them. I don't know the girl. I can see her. I can see her kind of just slowly like hitting a peak, still pre-merge around 18th, but then slowly kind of depleting, and just then she just like the final straw. I'm gonna give Evelyn 15.
Jeff.
I have known Evelyn for a bit now, and she is so easy to talk to. Everyone just gravitates towards her. But at the same time, the way I know her is through the People's Republic, and in that chat, she does not talk. So, my fear is that she won't be as big of a player, and people will just be like, we can take her out. We have no idea who to take out, so just take out Evelyn. Who cares? as much as I love her, I do think she is going to go out, and I honestly think she's going to get 14th. Did we ever explain the twist to you guys? Because that might
No.
influence.
No.
Okay. So, twist this season. Each person receives 2 gold, which is just a fire token, at the beginning of the game. At various points during the game, they can bet on things like, does your tribe win by X points? Or what is the vote count? How many people get votes? And if they get it right, they get a certain amount of chips back. If they get it wrong, chips gone. And those gold pieces can be used to buy things at an item shop, which goes from stuff like simply eliminating things on an idle board to the 2 main things, which I am very proud of because I partially thought of it myself. But one, the super idol can be played after the votes. If I'm not sure if that's even possible to get because it's not exactly listed as an amount. And 2, a Twisted Klein bottle, which Klein as in a bottle that it's a certain type of bottle where it feeds into itself.
Google it. It's weird.
It's really weird, but it's interesting. Basically, it cannot be talked about. You play it at the tribal, and before the votes are read, bottles pulled out. Everyone votes again. 2 people go home.
2 people with the most amount of votes of that tribe will go.
Everyone gets 2 votes.
And that's only in this game because someone failed to remind us that they guaranteed someone a spot, and then we didn't cast them, so we had to have 2 more people on the fucking cast.
Nice voice crack. And also we have a double boot, I think 15th and 14th, individual immunity, both tribes vote.
Hot.
I think that's what we listed it as.
And did you give placement for Evelyn?
Oh, I gave her 14th. That's my spiel.
Is that my go then?
Yeah.
Kristen Keaton.
13.
So one Jackson idiot. Evelyn does talk in the Republic and has in the last couple of days. You idiot. Just doesn't go on the Zooms. 2, I think she's set. Like everyone that is in the Republic has at least some sort of positive vibe towards her. So I think that at least with those people, she's going to be fine. I think with the people that she doesn't know, she's going to, I think, have a really good connection with. I don't think she'll have to play much of a game. Did I die?
No.
You're fine.
I can't see it popping up.
Cut
That's
me
why I
off.
said
That's
it.
fine.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So I don't see her having to play much of a game to start. I think she can just float by. And then I think a swap happens, and that's where things might start to go a little wrong because her connections might not be with her, and people might just pick her off, especially in a minority spot. She might be an easy person to take out. But I'd like to be optimistic, and I think that's where my Livingston placement is going to go. I'm going to go and give her 8th.
Honestly, I just want to say before the next person, I'm very glad that 8th place in Trinity is considered the Livingston placement.
So we skipped Chris, so let's go back to
Thanks, Keaton.
I was told I was up. So
I said
blame Blake Murphy.
I said Kristen Keaton like 3 times.
Yeah, we didn't hear you at all.
I love her. I watched her video, and I think the only thing I got out of her video is that she may or may not have stolen a cat.
That was my cat.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I put in here that she stole a cat, and I love her. That. I think she's gonna do well. I want her to do really well, but then I wanted Kevin to do well in surviving. Then he got first boot, so I am. I want to give her a really high placement, but then again, I feel like she's gonna get fucked. So I'm gonna give her 12. I'm gonna give her 12. Yeah.
Blake Murphy.
I also disagree when Jack said that she doesn't talk in the Republic, because every time she's on a Zoom, everybody's like obsessed with Evelyn. So I do think that she will have the Republic people 100% wanting to work with her. However, the scary thing about the Republic is full of crackheads who always want power. So it's not 100% factual that those people will stick together. So I'm having really good, like, high hopes for her, because I really like her, and I liked her video, and I like that she has a sign in her background saying "Ye Claw" with a white claw with a cowboy hat on it.
Just throw a cat.
I am really, really concerned that she's gonna get tribe fucked. However, I'm gonna go out on a whim, and I'm gonna give her 7.
There's a train going by right now.
Chris, I just want to make sure I got your placement right. You said 11th?
I said 12.
Okay. So I'm honestly kind of feeling good about Evelyn. Like, she just has a way about her that instantly draws people to her. Like, she's really easy to get along with. She's really easy to talk to. She's very likable. She's very sociable. I can see her going far on basically charisma alone. I don't know if she's going to be like the best strategist. I don't know if she's going to like reinvent the game or anything crazy like that, but I think she's going to be fine. I could see her going like early jury, maybe. I don't know. Living.
I need a placement though.
I said I'm giving you them after. Otherwise, I'll end up pulling a Taze 2 and give like 5 people 4.
Yeah, and then if I end up leaving early, Jack, I'm just gonna send my placement in like the chat thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
With Evelyn, I think a lot of these people, especially the Republic people, want to work with Evelyn. I know she's already talking to some people based off stuff I've already heard before getting on this assessment. So, like, there's things already moving. I think her social game is going to be, like, the biggest, like, portion to her game, but I think that's going to be scary because people are going to realize it's not someone you really want at merge. You don't want them at single digits when, like, numbers dwindle. And I think, I'm not sure how Evelyn's going to do as a strategist, and I think when you're a good social player but not an amazing strategist, when you get your back up against the wall, it can be very hard. I think she probably goes like right before merge, right before single digits. I want to give it 14.
All right, Kevin, good.
Okay, so I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I've been coaching up Evelyn for the last like month with how to handle these games, because Evelyn has never seen a single scene of Survivor, and I'm gonna need her to be Amba.
I hate you.
Please get hit by a bus.
Okay, and yeah, Jack, you are completely wrong. Evelyn does talk in the Republic, but Evelyn talks in the Republic when I text her to go into the Republic. But as the game's been going on, she's already hopping on. She's already talking to Rachel, and they're already apparently complaining about people to each other. So, like, that's good. Evelyn's social game is going to be really good. I've basically told her to lay low and just connect with people, use their personality. And yeah, and with what Livingston was saying about the Republic, there's people on the cast that will want to protect her at all costs. like if she can get on a tribe with Nick, like, Nick adores her. And like, same with Michael. And yeah, my biggest concern with Evelyn is if her name comes up as a target and she has to think on her feet on it. I don't know if she can get out of a bad situation. But I don't think that she goes in the pre-merge unless she gets really tribe fucked. But I'm gonna have to go with around like 6th. I think people are gonna let her get by, and especially if she amps up the fact that she knows nothing about Survivor. I know she's going after Dan immediately. And,
Why is that?
huh?
Why is that?
Oh, straight up because she recognized him as one of the guys who got me out in Atomic.
That's the same Dan?
Yeah, same Dan.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Fucking bounty hunting.
But yeah, I think she's gonna be great. Yeah, I have pretty high hopes for her. She said she's gonna commit a lot of time to this. But yeah, I think people will realize like, oh, kind of like where Michael was at in Deception Island, where it's like, or same with like Chris, like, oh, if this fucking person gets to the end, like, if everyone loves them, they're gonna win. So I think that's gonna be her problem. So yeah, 6th. I have high hopes for her. I also did tell her that she got compared to a Tic Tac, and she is not happy.
Connor's gonna get bullied.
Tic Tac fucker sounds like a word to me.
Evelyn
anyway.
really did say, "You take out my man, I'll snipe you from a mile away."
Right. Jackson Walsh is going to be starting on Oleg or Ollie. Go ahead.
Oil.
I thought it was my turn.
Didn't you start Evelyn?
Yeah, you
Did
did.
I? Oh, I'm an
Yeah,
idiot.
start
Go
Evelyn.
ahead.
So I have virtually no frame of reference for Ollie. The only thing that was mentioned to me, and that was really interesting, was that he played T-Viver at some point. And he worked with Billy, which I don't know if that's going to connect, but he has been very isolated. The main place I know him from are 10-gauge group games, so I don't know how well he'll do at the end of the day. But he's a complete wild card for me, and I'm probably going to switch him with someone else at the end. I think he may be able to float by just a little bit, but I honestly see him maybe as the swap boot at 16. Now it's Chris, I believe.
Okay. I didn't really put much next to him except that I saw that he dances on like cruise ships or whatever. Thought that was fabulous. It's my dream job. It's not, but I figured it'd be something to do. Be cool to do. I have came across him in my prime on 10 gauge when I was, a lot younger and a lot more pretty. And he's done exceptionally well in every game I've come across with him. I don't know how well that's going to translate into the Ward community, but I have him as a whopping 16th also. So, yeah.
Keaton.
Okay, so I don't think this was said. I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but this was Z's autocast.
Yes, it was.
So Z isn't here to say that, so I'm just going to say that for him. So yeah, this is someone that I didn't know before getting their application, and I'm going to be honest. I have a lot of high hopes for Ollie here. He seems like someone that despite time zone, I think is going to be really good socially, and someone who isn't going to be afraid to just try and talk to as many people as possible. And I honestly think would be willing to push a vote early on. which might put them in a bad position. But I think they're someone that can keep control and not completely goozle themselves out of it. This is going to be the highest placement I give yet. I don't think they'll win, but I think they'll get close. I'm actually going to put them at 4th.
Blake.
Okay, so I kind of agree with Jack that I think Ollie is a very big wild card. I could see Ollie placing anywhere. However, it was mentioned that Ollie used to play group games.
Yes.
Okay. So from experience, seeing people transition from the group game community to the org community, it usually does not end well, especially if it's their first org, because they come in way too strong, way too quickly. And I think that could be the case for Ollie. So I actually have Ollie at 14th as well.
All right.
Well,
So, Ollie, give me 1 second to get back into my room. I've been wandering around. There goes my phone. So, I have many thoughts on Ollie. I've played quite a few group games with him over the years, and Ollie is a very polarizing person. There are some people that adore him and think he's a wonderful game player, great friend, great person. There's some people that think he's up his own ass, egotistical, kind of douchey. It really depends on where he falls among this cast, like how this cast views him. Because he could go anywhere. He could rub people the wrong way and go home super early. He could make a lot of friends and go far. I don't know. Personally, I like Ollie quite a bit, and I want to see him do well, but I honestly couldn't give you a placement to save my life right now. Livingston?
Okay, so I have had no interaction with Ollie ever. So, like, I don't have too much to go off of, but he seemed fairly likable in his intro video. I'm not sure with the tribe he's on, how well he does, how many people like really connect with him. I think he could go far, but for some reason my gut is saying he doesn't. I want to give it like 17th, like mid-merge or mid-pre-merge. Yeah.
number?
I said 17th.
Oh, you got.
Kevin?
You have Pete at that number.
Oh, I thought I had Pete at 18th. We'll just switch them. Because I have on my written list, I have Pete at 18th.
Whoops, I also may be a clown. So
You are.
yes.
I mean, don't worry about the numbers for now. Just
Yeah.
Kevin?
Honestly, no real opinion. I kind of skipped through his video. He's British, so I don't like him. And no.
Internationals Alliance, anyone?
No, but
On internationals.
yeah, I hope the theme for that tribe is xenophobia. I mean, no real opinion. People have said like kind of controversial, but I don't really know why. I don't know who he is. Wait, which tribe is he on?
Tribe.
So he's on Nick's tribe.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm checking. Yeah. Yes, he's on Nick's tribe.
Fuck it. 19th. But I don't know. I really have no idea. His video was kind of average and didn't really give me a lot of insight into him, and then I just don't know him.
And Connor.
I actually got a lot to say about this dude. I don't know him personally either, but I got some strong opinions. The food he is the bagel. I'm gonna tell you why he's a bagel. Number one, he is the hunk of this cast. I'm not gay and I have eyes and I can see that. I think no matter who you are, man, female, child, man, whoever you are, freaking, I don't even, probably Julian's gonna hit on it at some point. I feel like you're gonna want to gravitate toward him because he's cute, whatever. Bagels are also cute. You look at a bagel, like, how can I eat this bagel? This bagel's so like good looking. I don't want to eat the bagel. I don't want to ruin it. Now, here's where you get it, right? The reason he's a bagel is because bagel don't have much flavor. He doesn't have much personality, or at least what I see.
Bitch, you take that back. Bagels have flavor. You sit the fuck down.
I'm not okay. Let me finish. You're ruining the scene. So I think he's got some personality, but it's probably not as going to be big as other people. I'm making a bold prediction right now. He's winning player of the season because I actually have him dominating a lot of this game. I also have him. I don't have him winning, but I think you're going to hear the name Ollie and him running things and actually getting away with it and just keep getting momentum. I am going to put him at six, however, because I feel like it's going to get to a point where no one's going to allow him that one step further. But I do believe Ollie is going to be really a big force, and I think he's going to win player of the season. Bold prediction.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm also realizing you never also gave me a number.
Oh, I did. I just said 19th. I just threw one out. Yeah.
You need to clean the wax out of your ears, Jack.
I am deaf. We know this.
Okay, so next up, Chris will be starting us off for Abrielle.
Oh, okay. I love her because I love fucking banana bread. And I got that out of her fucking video. I think she is. I have never came across her at all whatsoever. And I fell in love with her after like 45 seconds of watching her video. She gives me antisocial vibes, which I don't know why that came across, but she does. I want her to do really, really well. I for some reason think she's gonna get like tribe fucked. But I think she'll also pull it out because I have so high hopes for her, but I have her at 13 for me. So, but I want her to go really, really. I want this bitch to win. That's how much I love banana bread and Netflix and theater. I love her, but I have her at 13.
Keaton, I'm sure you have some things to say.
Since I do know her better, I can definitely give a much better opinion. So to start, the first game she played, Tumblr Survivor Season 94, she got 5th place because she surreed herself. She had an idol, played it on another person, and then someone else pulled out an idol, and she was the only person not immune. And she got 5th.
Robbed. Oh,
That is amazing, and I hope it happens this season.
And also, she's currently, this is her 4th game, and it is now confirmed based on the tribal of JJ's game mythological. That was not a word, but whatever. She can place her worst placement is now 5th.
Ooh, I'm excited.
She's made a deep run every time she's played, and now every time she's played, she's had someone close to her. 2 of the games has been Rachel, who is in this game as well, and one of them was Zach, who she is related to. So she's very good. She's a very good player. She scares the ever-loving fuck out of me. She always has ever since I met her. And she's just someone who can dominate a game at any point, and she will make the best move for herself and usually get away with it too. I feel like since legally I don't know if she can place worse than 5th, I have to legally give her 5th. Otherwise, I'm doing a disservice. I personally hope, for her own sake, she gets free merch, just to let her know it can happen, that she's not completely untouchable. But the world may never know.
Blake?
Okay, so for the reasons that you guys are saying that she's going to do well, I could also see those being the reasons why she doesn't do well. Like, people could see her as that threat early on. However, I am going to say that I think she'll do pretty well. She seems to have the social part always down. She seems to be decent at competitions from what I hear about her. And she seems to be pretty good strategically. I also know that she's very, very easy to talk to, and people will very easily cling on to her, I feel. So I am, I'm going to give her 6.
All right, so my thoughts on Abrielle are very complicated right now because how I feel about her is likely going to be decided tomorrow. But for right now, I'm sitting with her in the final 3 of Tumblr Survivor Mesopotamia, and she won final immunity, and I kind of have a gut feeling I'm about to get sent to the jury. She is an absolutely cutthroat force in these games, from what I've seen. Like, yes, she has her person, she has her people, but she will still shank a hoe if she needs to. And I don't see her going early at all. I do think she's going to be around for the end game. If I had to give her some sort of placement, I think people will kind of wise up to her game right at the end and give her like 4th. If she won, I would not be surprised in the slightest, but I'm going 4th. Livingston?
Okay, so I like dropped off the map and went like completely MIA for like a month, and I came back to Zooms, and Abri was now like a fixture on the Zooms, and Abri is extremely easy to talk to. Like, she's so easy to talk to, like joke around with. Like, once you start talking to her, it feels like you've known her for a while. So she has a great social game. Everything I've heard about her, and I've heard her talk about games and stuff on the Zooms, she seems very good strategically. But I think with her consistently making deep runs, I think it's hard not to build a reputation. And I feel like this is like Trinity. I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, we don't want you to go far because we know you can win. And I think us on this cast assessment are like, hey, we can see Abri there for the end game. We can see Abri winning. I think some of her castmates are going to see that. And I think that she could go pre-merge. I could see her literally going at any point on the board, but I think the placement I want to give is 15th. I might be like the lowest person putting her there, but I think she is a great player, and I think that could be to her detriment because people are going to start realizing she's a great player. But if she does win this game, or if she is in that like end game, I completely stand corrected, and I would not be surprised in the slightest if that happens too.
Kevin?
So it's so weird because actually it's like almost the exact same thing with me with Livingston. I took a break pretty much from everything for like almost a month and came back, and anytime I was ever on Zoom, Abrielle was there. And it's interesting because like out of like the 3 women from or like 3 of the women from the Republic with like Rachel, Abrielle, and like Evelyn, they're all so like easy to talk to that there's gonna be one of them that doesn't do well. And is there anyone on the cast that has played with her and that has like seen her go deep?
Who, Abri?
Yeah.
Rachel, who's literally played 2 games with her where she's gone deep, and they both went deep together.
Okay.
They were like the ride or dies essentially.
I mean, from everything that I've talked with her, she seemed really smart and seems pretty strategic, and just based on what you guys are saying. But I'm gonna go with like a you know what? She's gonna get super idled out.
Oh.
Where
I think she is gonna get twist funked at some point. Because I think, especially if people know how strong she is, maybe like early merge-ish when the game needs a shakeup. So I'm gonna go with like ninth. It's gonna be one of the early merge tribals. I think she's gonna have a very memorable exit. But yeah, I'm excited to see her play, and I mean, she definitely could make a run for it. But I think if you gain that reputation, it could come bite you in the ass. Like, I mean, I either make finale night or I'm one of the first boots. Like, so like by the time people catch on, like it's usually like, okay, I'd rather get you out now because the longer you're there, the better you get or whatever. And yeah, but I don't see her going out early. But yeah, like ninth. She's gonna have a really memorable pre-merge and it's gonna be really good. And yeah, she's gonna be robbed.
So, my food for Abrielle, I think it's pretty predictable. We all say it together. But no. I'm gonna give her a strawberry, and here's why. I think Abrielle, who doesn't love a good strawberry, right? Everyone's gonna love a good strawberry. They look at a strawberry, oh, that's such a sweet strawberry. I want to take a nibble, right? Everyone's gonna want to I think everyone's gonna want to work with Abrielle. She gives a very nice vibe, very sweet vibe. I have a bold prediction here. I don't see both Abrielle and Rachel going far. One's getting cut and one's making it far, but I don't believe it's both gonna make it far. And I have to decide for me with this placement of basically where I think Rachel's gonna go, because I don't see them going far together. What I will say is, in terms of her being viewed as a consistent threat in terms of games, yes, that's out there, but how many people in this cast know about it? I don't feel like that many compared to the people that actually don't know about it. I think this is going to be Abrielle's last season of her dominance before her reputation's out there, and she has to deal with that. Yes, this is going to be the last game where she can dominate and make it really far. And the next game she plays after Trinity, people will be like, oh, yeah, she is too good, and then her reputation is going to be ruined. This is her last opportunity. I think this is her last moment. She'll do really well. Again, with Keaton, I'm going to give her fifth.
So, Abrielle. Oh God, I love her so much. She is so easy to talk to. She's always there. Shut up, Keaton. You don't just get to call me a simp. But Abrielle is just so easy to talk to. She is such just a wonderful person that basically knows everything about everything. It's just very simple. But in this game, there are so many people from the People's Republic. So many people know about her accolades. And
Big word.
Shut up, Keaton. And as much as I love her, I honestly don't think she goes far. And that's because people know how well she is. And especially because she has a very good chance, and I'm not going to say definite, but a very good chance of winning Tumblr Survivor. And multiple people of the Republic are in that group. I think people are going to wise up and see she can win a game. She's gone far consistently. We can't have her. And if they don't do it, somebody will. And somebody will spread it to everyone else, and then everyone else will say, we don't know her, but she has to go. And as much as I love this girl to death, I think she is going to go at 13 due to the individual immunity round, and she's not going to be able to pull out that one win that she needs.
I already went,
Chris,
honey. I went first.
It's funny that we just talked about Abrielle because now we're moving on to Rachel. And Keaton gets to start for this one.
Well, it's fitting that I do it because I'm basically the reason that both Avery and Rachel are part of this side of the community to begin with, because Rachel played not Mesopotamia, mythological, and she asked me 24 hours for cast reveal if I was playing, just only knowing me because I judged a music video, and we talked for a bit, and I got in her host chat, and then we were trying to do the Trinity mini, and asked her. She played, got fourth, and then Julian said, "We are casting her for the next season of Trinity without a doubt." And then here we are. She's also a really good player. A lot of what you can say about Avery, you can say about Rachel. Acceptance. She's easy to talk to, but she has a much better sense of humor than Avery does. She's one that tries to get you to laugh rather than tries to be personable. And they both work really well. And she's also done consistently well for the games she's played. So a lot of what can be said about Avery can be said about Rachel. I have no idea where any of them are going to lie. For the shits and giggles of it, though, I think I'm going to give her 16th just because I'm an asshole. I think she's going to do well, but I'm a dick.
Blake, I think.
Is that the order? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the order.
So Rachel, I do feel like she's going to make a decent run. However, I don't think she's going to be able to get out of a sticky situation as easily as Abri would be able to kind of maneuver that. I know she is very, very likable. Obviously, people gravitate towards her very easily. However, I don't think that she's going to go super early, but I don't think that she's going to make a super, super deep run either, because people are going to, out of Abri and Rachel, I think people recognize Abri's threat level. And so I think that she will be the first one to go out of those two. I am going to give her, I'm going to give her 10th.
Okay, so everything Keaton said about me basically strong-arming them to cast her is 100% true, because I really enjoyed her energy during the mini, and I really enjoyed her presence in general on the Zooms. We've had some very insightful conversations, and I get the vibe that she's a very smart person, even if she doesn't always give off that energy. That said, I don't know if her and Abrielle will be allowed to go far together. Like, if this cast is smart, despite the fact that there's a large amount of Republic members, they will not let those two go far together. They might bring one, but they shouldn't bring both. Will they? No clue. But I do think that when the time comes and they decide to split that pair up, it'll be Rachel that goes, not Avery. Livingston?
I am on such a different page than a lot of y'all, but okay, so
Because you simp exclusively
No, I
her,
mean,
you
like-
asshole. No.
shut
you,
up. Okay, no. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I'm gonna talk. Not Keaton Pedersen. I'm gonna talk. Okay, so I haven't known Rachel very long, but she's like easily become like one of my best friends in this community. She's so easy to talk to. She's so funny. Her and Abri have similar trajectories in the fact that they started this community, like all the org shit, around the same time. They both tend to make it far. They're both very likable, but they are associated, both due to past games and to their presence of like being pretty good friends. But I think that this cast wises up even the Republic people and think, hey, we don't want them to possibly link up at like a swap. And I think it's Abri that goes, because Abri is more outwardly threatening, I would say, than Rachel. Rachel is, if you've ever played any sort of trivia game, anything, seen her do a puzzle, Rachel is one of the smartest people I've talked to. Like, Rachel's extremely smart, but she's very unassuming. She's very quiet. She can kind of slide to the background. She's not too loud of a presence when she doesn't have to be. I think if she gets in a sticky situation, she could figure her way out, but I think Abri is going to have a higher threat level no matter what. So what I think about Rachel is I'm thinking she's going to get to the end game because I think she's going to get that type of like Michael Davis position in Deception Island where she is seen as someone you do not want to get to the end because she is very likable. I think she's getting 5th, but I think that her getting 5th is very reliant on the fact that Abri's an early boot because I think it's going to have to be one or the other. I don't think they're going to both be allowed to make it far. Also, something important to talk about is she will consistently around 4 or 5 a.m. do like chess and chess puzzles with Josh. Josh in games likes to find that number 2 that he can bounce ideas off of, and they're on the same tribe. I think it's Rachel and Josh, like in the long run. I think that's one connection that Rachel will probably make, and Rachel really wants to play with Josh. And I think Josh really wants to play with Rachel. So that's my 2 cents.
Me, right? So did you make a placement, Livingston?
I gave 5th.
Okay. So yeah, I definitely think. So I know her and Evelyn are already linking up, and so personally on that tribe, I think that there's going to be a 4 of Evelyn, Rachel, Josh, and Michael. And that I do think that 4 is going to be a force on that tribe. But I think if the sentiment is that her and Abby are together, eventually one of them has to. I don't think both of them make merge, because if they both play the same way, everyone knows like, okay, they're always together and they always go deep. One of them is gonna be vulnerable at a certain swap, and someone's gonna take advantage of that. And because I gave Abby 9th, I'm gonna have to give Rachel one of the swap boots. When is there gonna be a swap into 3?
There is only a swap into 2.
And when is that?
That is at 16.
Okay. Do I have 16 available?
You have neither 16 nor 15 available.
Then we are gonna go 14. I just think that someone's gonna take advantage of the numbers if she gets tribe fucked. But it's another one of those things. This cast is so weird because there's a lot of people that I think like can very easily go deep because of their social game. Like the social games on this cast is really solid. But yeah, one of them has to go pre-merge, and I think it's gonna be Rachel.
Oh, real quick, I typed it, but I just want to say it now. She was first introduced to the org scene by Memento's winner Ned, who catfished her into playing this. That just want to mention that because she's literally he's literally the reason why she's a part of this community. And Abby and Rachel did not play at similar times. They came into the community at the same time playing 94.
Okay, so before Connor goes, I'm going to cut y'all off real quick. Jack, post the fucking draft.
Okay.
Stupid lesbian!
You should have done that hours ago.
I should have.
Okay. I feel really bad with what I think. Like, okay, let me start off by saying I love Rachel. I will say, like, genuinely speaking, being as genuine as I can, she's one of my favorite people that I've met recently in like the People's Republic because all you other bitches are so loud and annoying and obnoxious. And I like the different energy she brings of not being loud or annoying or obnoxious. She can be quiet, but she also, when she speaks, you listen for the most part, unless you bitches keep interrupting her. Rachel and Connor in the future, don't let Rachel be interrupted anymore. See what I did there? Future. The food I'm gonna give Rachel. Okay, this is gonna be really odd. It's gonna make a lot of sense. I'm gonna give Rachel a hamburger bun, and here's why. I feel like primarily Rachel, when she's at her best, she has her crew. She has her, her patty with her, the cheese, the onions. That's when she's at her best, right? So when Rachel's at her best, she's got her crew, the people she's close with. What happens if those people aren't there? Somehow they get cut. What happens? The hamburger bun, ain't no one can eat a hamburger bun by itself. It's a hamburger bun. You eat a bread. Therefore, I feel bad about this. But I just still, for some reason, see Abby going farther than Rachel. And if I'm wrong, I will go on record and say, since this season's theme is gambling, if I'm wrong, I want Abby going further than Rachel. And if Abby goes before Rachel, I will eat a raw egg in front of everyone.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gambling here. I feel like it's the season of gambling.
That went so well for the last person who made
Yeah,
a
the
bet about
last
a raw
person
egg.
that ate that bit into a raw egg for Rachel. Me.
I'm cracking it. I'm pouring and I'm drinking
Gay.
it. Now, I'm
Why
giving
your name is so
Rachel.
good.
I'm giving Rachel. She's good. She's good, but she's too good. I just don't feel like she's gonna make it. However, I think she'll come back for second chances and win. But I'm giving her 17th. I'm sorry. I love you.
17th?
But you didn't bat an eye when I said 16th. Got it.
You're really good, Rachel. It's hard. I'm stressed out.
I'm just an asshole. I don't feel bad at all when you watch this, Rachel. I hope you do well, but
Yeah,
if you
least
get
I
a
have
16th, I
empathy.
will laugh all the way home.
And I
Bitch.
have empathy and possibly a raw egg in my stomach. Who knows?
As I'm frantically posting the draft because
Forget it,
I
Jack. I
thought,
got it.
oh, but
Can you send me the form so I can like see your responses and get the chart going?
oh, I already have the chart going as well. So responses should be here, but Rachel is one of, if not the most enjoyable people on the Zooms that I see every damn day. But in that same respect, everyone else has mentioned that Chloe and not Chloe, Abrielle and Rachel are very, very close, and they are almost linked at the hip. And if anyone, and when I say anyone, I mean anyone recognizes this, they're going right out the door. So I honestly see Rachel as like one of, if not like the first people to go, especially if people call them out. So with that said, I personally am giving Rachel 16th because it's either her, not her, Abrielle. But if Abrielle goes early, I see her going far, so somewhere around 7th.
I feel bad because I don't really know a lot about these people, and I want to because they all seem like lovely human beings. But I have come across Rachel in a gameplay perspective because of the simple fact I'm production in Nick's game, only one left, and she's playing the game really well. Really, really well. She has.
Should I not be here?
I keep forgetting you're in the you're in the cast. Oh, whatever.
I mean,
it's
I
fine.
knew that she was playing really well, so I'm not that.
But
I'm
you're
really working.
playing really well too, so it's fine.
I'm literally not talking to a single person, and I'm just throwing myself in the challenge.
I'm aware. I have come across both of y'all's gameplays. Y'all are wonderful people. Anyways, I think Rachel's a really good game player. She's a very good strategic person. I'm not quite sure about her social game in this setting, and I don't even know if she's doing fine, but in this setting, I have her as ninth, so I think she makes merge. I think she's a powerhouse throughout pre-merge, and I have her at a whopping ninth. Yeah.
Is that everyone for Rachel?
I think so.
Before we move on, I just want to talk about how Livingston's team name is called Rachel's Burger, and that, and I also want to say that one of the tribes has already decided to bully me so damn hard, and it's been 3 hours. They're already trying to vote me out.
Wait, is it Rachel's tribe?
Is it the tribe with Evelyn? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Is she bullying you?
She joined.
Okay, cool.
So-
I'm gonna keep bullying Keaton.
Next, we will have Blake start with Jackson.
Okay. So I just got done hosting Jackson not long ago. And he's not a super dominant force, but he still knows when to plant seeds and how to plant them. And I think that's what's going to work best for him this game. However, I don't know if I can see him fitting in with this cast in particular. Like before, he had that group of boys that he worked with, and you could tell that those four would be like a typical clique. This time, I don't really see anybody that Jackson necessarily would click with 100%. And I do think he's going to go kind of early because of it. So I did put Jackson at 16th. I think he's going to be gone early. And I feel like I'm going to have a very unpopular opinion with this group of people in here right now, but oops.
So Jackson hit me up out of nowhere on Reddit one day and is like, yo, I want to play an org, which is very interesting. So I watched him play Surviving, and in all honesty, he didn't really stand out to me that much. I don't know if that's like mean to say, but I don't know. I've heard rumors of his identity. I've heard rumors that he's actually a big name group gamer on 10 Gage, although I'm not entirely sure I believe them. But for those of you that do group games, the rumor is that he is in fact the user Beast Boy.
Is he? I don't know.
I don't know. Again, it's just a rumor. But
What's
I
the
don't know
rumor?
how-
I missed it. What's the rumor?
that he is the 10 Gage user Beast Boy.
The only thing is he goes by Justin there. So
Right,
I
but he
mean-
was also the ace and went by Marcus on that account.
Ew, I remember hating that account.
Yeah, same. As for his current iteration of Jackson, I don't really have any feelings one way or another yet. I don't have a lot of experience other than Surviving, in which he was kind of just middle of the road. So I'm kind of hoping he impresses me here because he does seem like someone who should be more interesting to watch. But I don't know.
Livingston.
Okay, so I played Surviving with Jackson. He was on OG Davis. And I think Jackson's good because he was, as far as I could see from the game where I was positioned, he would talk to me. He would be like one of the few OG Davises to talk to me. So I think he has a decent he has a decent ability to talk to people, but I think a few people found Jackson a little hard to read at times, even though I did want to work with Jackson. I had a decent working relationship with Jackson. He can be hard to read. I don't know what my gut is saying about how far he goes in this game, but looking at his tribe, I could see him being maybe one of the odd ones out. I want to give him like 19th is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd have to agree with Blake that Jackson is too straight for this cast. I mean, that's what you're talking about, right?
You said, you said I said that he was too straight for this cast?
Yeah.
I just think that he has a very straightforward personality, and like
Yeah.
I don't want to say he's bland, but he's bland, like kind of dry personality.
I'm interested to see if him and Evelyn talk, because if she finds out that he likes football, like they are gonna talk nonstop about it. But yeah, I do see him being one of like the black sheeps on that tribe that possibly just can't find his footing. So even though, I mean, you know, he was on my tribe and surviving, you know, for a day, but I had a good feeling from him, and like he was pretty nice and easy to talk to. But I think that he is potentially going to be either the first or the second boot from that tribe. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna say he is gonna be 20th.
That would be the third boot. Yeah.
Well, the first or second boot from that specific tribe. Yeah. But I mean, it really just depends if he can find his footing. If he can find his footing and get into a group, then he'll be fine. But with the tribe that he's on, that.
So first off, so what I want to say about Jackson is the food I compared him to, or I'm comparing him to, is going to be salmon, or salmon, if you will, depending on what you'd say. Here's why. All the seafood, no one immediately goes, my favorite salmon, but no one goes, you know, I freaking hate salmon, right? I feel like you kind of have a different opinion, right? Jackson is someone who I think I don't see him not getting along with people. I think he will get along with people. And from what I gather, from playing with him a little bit, his social game, just because I was part of the minority doesn't mean he wasn't talking to me. He was talking to me more than anyone else on the whole Davis were talking to me. Granted, I added him out, which was a choice. But he still was talking to me far more. And I disagree with what you said, Blake, because you said you don't see anyone on the cast he'll gel with. I actually do see one person. He will 1,000% have a freaking dynamic duo thing with Billy, 1,000%. If that's Jackson's ticket, it's Billy 100%. They will gel immediately and they will go along. I think, being confident in that statement, I see them going far. I see Billy actually getting cut, but Jackson surviving. Guys, I'm going to say it. I have Jackson in my top 5, but not only top 5. I have Jackson getting second place. I think he will get far. I think he'll get to the end. I just don't think he'll be able to get the worthy of people, the people wanting to vote for him against the person I think he'll be sitting next to, which I also have in my mind. But I do think that Jackson will be at the end. I think he will surprise a lot of people with his longevity.
I know nothing about Jackson other than the fact that he and I share a name. That's literally all I have. I know he likes sports, which means he's straight. I know he is a decent game player, but at the same time, he does come off as very boring. I honestly see him as getting picked off because people mentioned that multiple people on that tribe like sports, but there's got to be a deeper connection than just sports. They have to get to know his personality. And if there isn't much there, I don't see him lasting long. I agree with Kevin. I think he's going to be somewhere near the bottom. I think his tribe will survive. His tribe particularly will get through the first couple challenges, but I'm going to place him at 20th as well, just because he just doesn't stand out to me as anyone that'll go far. But obviously, Connor and I have very different opinions here.
So I had high hopes for Jackson in Surviving. I was a huge fan of his when I watched his little intro video there. I didn't get much out of his intro video for this time, but I pretty much have high hopes for everybody, so who the fuck am I to talk? I don't have much. I'm excited to watch him, but I don't really know how well of his gameplay was when Surviving happened. I know he got idled out, but okay. I have him at 18th. I have him higher hopes than you guys, though. So, but I have him at 18th. 18th sounds right. Yes, 18th.
So I just don't know. I really just don't know with Jackson in the slightest. I didn't get to play with him in Surviving, although I did want to because we played Dylan's game and Meme Islands for like a whole 2 rounds before I gave the fuck up in that for Surviving. And the one round we talked, we liked each other, so I mean, why not? Fun thing between Jackson and Dylan. Dylan does not like Jackson because apparently Jackson cheated in his game. Do I know what happened there? No. But all I know is that apparently Jackson cheated. So just note there. But I feel like Jackson's just going to be one of those people that fades into black and then dies. They're not going to make it super far, I don't think. I'd love to be proven otherwise, but I just don't have high hopes here. We're going to say 17th and call it a day.
Okay. So next up, and I think I'm starting on this one, is Jessie. So I don't know a whole lot about Jessie other than the fact that she was sent our way by Nick Missile from season 2. So take that for what you will. She claims she's done a few orgs, like she did a live game once and she did something online once and she did pretty well in both. She seems pretty easy to get along with. I don't know if she's necessarily going to win, but like I could see her making a run. I'd give her like 6. I don't know. Liv, go ahead.
Living slut.
Yes. So let me close my door. TV up. It's loud. Okay, I'm back. I don't know Jessie very well, but I can't remember too much like actual like content from her intro video, but I remember it was really good. I got a lot of good vibes from her. Let me look at what her. She's on the tribe with like Nick and Abry, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I could see her doing well. I definitely don't think she's like one of those first few boots there. I think she could go far based on her based on how she came off in her intro video. I think she seems fairly likable. I want to give like late merge because she's kind of a wild card to me. I don't have too much reasoning for that. I'm going to give 12.
I mean, I'm glad that in a game of deviance and, you know, people that no longer see the light, that we have a good Christian in the game. I mean, she seemed real nice. Seemed pretty unique and pretty easy to get along with. That tribe is such a mystery to me. I really don't know how the hell. Okay, I mean, production, can you illuminate us? Like, what the fuck is going on that tribe?
Well, beginning dynamics are not exactly known yet, but what I do know is
Yeah.
that the dual speak, or however the devil's speak, or devil's peak is what it's called, was the more talkative one to start, and the which is the one with Abry and Nick, and
Mm.
and then the tribe with Evelyn, just they didn't really talk a lot until they started bullying me.
Yeah.
So that's at least like tribe dynamics so far.
I mean, I definitely think she's gonna merge. I don't necessarily think she's gonna be very flashy, and I think she'll kind of just be there, and then she won't. You know, so if merge is at 11, I'm gonna go. I think she's just gonna be the first. I think she's gonna be the first juror. I think it'll be something like, and both sides kind of just be like, "You want to take Jesse out? Sure." And that'll be that. Seems real nice though, but on this cast, there's a lot of people that are really nice. So what will she do to stand out?
So for Jesse, I actually have semi-decent hopes for Jesse. The food I gave Jesse is squash, and here's why. I feel like when you look at a squash, you're like, I'm not gonna like this. It's a vegetable, ew. But you start to eat squash, like, oh my god, I actually like squash. You can bake it, you can fry it. I love this. What is this? Can I have more, please? I feel like that's what you're with Jesse. People are gonna be like, I don't know about Jesse, but the more you get to know Jesse, the more you're gonna like Jesse. I don't know if she's gonna be able to get herself to merge, just because I think it's difficult time. It's difficult for me to like figure out a path for her there, and I don't know what's all going to happen. And I see her getting close to merge, but falling a little bit short. I think she will do well this season. I think she will play a decent game, but I have her actually at 13th.
So, Jesse. Oh my god. I love her personality. She's very talkative. She's very upfront. But the one thing I do want to bring up, the first time she ever played a game of Survivor was a live game hosted by her friend. She won. So, and the previous orgs that she's done, she's also won an org in her first 2 or 3 attempts. I think she is a powerhouse. She knows how to talk to people. She's obviously very smart. I honestly see her going deep. Do I see her winning? No. Just because I feel like people are going to realize that she's way too strong of a threat, and she will get a robbed placement for this season. And that, for me, is 5th. Connor. Chris.
I have her at 4th. I have her as me and Blake because I think she's gonna do really well. Granted, I can't say I got good vibes anymore because I have good vibes from everybody. But watching her video, I really have. It's so hard for me not to say it, but good vibes. I think she's going to play the social game extremely well. I want her to do exceptionally well and then get robbed at the last minute like I did. So I have her at 4th also. Leave me alone, Kevin.
Okay. So
every season, like Chris will have rooted for the winner, but that's because Chris will root for everyone.
Chris roots for everybody.
Chris covers all his bases.
That's why I'm so white.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be the outlier here. Well, I'm dying on pizza. 1 second. Fuck, I'm dying on pizza.
Oh my.
Wait.
Does Keaton have the word power on a white wall?
Shit. I do. Anyways, Jack put me down for 20th, and here's why. Yeah, I actually think something's just gonna go horribly wrong. She's accidentally gonna play too hard, too fast, and she's not gonna see the light of day. Either that, or someone's gonna throw out her name very early on as someone that would be the easy target, and no one's gonna say no to it, and it's just gonna be pushed. I think there's just gonna be something that happens that's gonna push her out of the way. I'm doing this because I'm an asshole and also like being an outlier. But I actually don't. I'm not gonna be one of those people that's like, I hope this person goes far every time. I don't think she's gonna go far. Just simply put, I don't see her getting her farther than 15th in any scenario.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So the vibes that I get from Jessie, I feel like she is the younger version of a Glow. I feel like you can say the word oranges. You can say it like something as far as like tanning, and she'll tell you, oh, I went tanning back and so and I got burnt to a crisp or something. Like, she will tell you a story about anything, and I feel like she's that type of person who is able to conversate about anything, which could either go very well for her, or as we see with how Glow plays the game, I think it could go very bad for her. However, I do get good vibes from her, and I did write her down as 5th place.
And then Julian.
Okay, so next up, let me grab the list. We're back to the top. Livingston, it will be
Gosh, I don't know. I don't know how Chloe's gonna fall. The xenophobic side of me hopes it's not too far, but I'll try and set that aside. You know, Chloe's a foreigner. I think she has a lot of decent connections on this tribe, especially with Republic people. From what I can tell, she's fairly likable. She's funny. She chain smokes. I don't think anyone sees Chloe as a threat, especially when it comes to merge, because I notoriously all I've heard about her is she can't win a comp to save her life. So I don't think she's someone that's going to be too scary. What, Keaton? Was that some sort of signal? Or are you gonna type something in the Zoom chat? Okay. So like, I kind of feel like she merges. I think the only scenario in which she doesn't merge is if like she just gets this awful like swap situation or something. So I want to say like 6.
Livingston,
For
my name
Chloe.
says it all.
What?
My name says it all.
Yes, 5th place, 22 comps, 0 wins. So I think her threat level is low enough, and she has decent bonds and the ability to make new bonds that she probably gets pretty far and gets to 6.
Tawny 2.0. I think it's gonna be. I don't. Does she get kind of like overwhelmed, kind of like Tawny did, paranoid, or is she usually calm and cool?
She will have several breakdowns in the game.
Tawny 2.0. She's getting 6.
Maybe
with an idol, maybe without. We'll see.
You do already have 6 filled in with Evelyn.
Evelyn's getting 5th. I am paused.
Connor.
Yeah. So the food I have with Chloe, I'm gonna put Chloe as a nice dainty crepe. It's got all the fixings on it. It's a nice little, French thing. It's all fancy. You get at like the nice little diners. However, if you're gonna put a crepe in a competition that involved a fight, involved any kind of like skill, the crepe is gonna get pummeled by whatever you have in front of it. It could be a grape. stop, Keaton. And so I think, who doesn't love a crepe though? So the crepe is key to keep further and further. Actually, I believe, bold prediction here, that she's going to be the Livingston of the season. I think she's going to be the likable one that everyone likes. And then it gets to final 8, where everyone's like, uh-oh. Like we know, like, do we really want to keep this likable person around? Like, she's going at 8. I think she's likable, but I don't know if she has the killer instinct, or if she'll have just. I just feel like she'll get taken out because she's too likable. There is such thing as too likable. I feel like that happens sometimes. So I have Chloe as a nice 8.
Oh my God, Chloe. Best. Blake. It's basically a thinner pancake. That's pretty much a good way of describing a crepe.
How do you not know what a crepe is?
Thinner
Julian didn't know what a taco was for a while, so anything's possible.
What the fuck?
These motherfuckers live in the cornfields. They don't
Literally
know
in a
anything
third world
about-
country.
I literally
People,
have
white
never heard of
people.
a
Holy
crepe
shit. But Chloe is one of the people that literally will do anything to just float, and she knows how to do it well. Like, if anyone knows how to float through a game, it is Chloe. She knows how to talk to people. She knows how to stand in people's lines of sight, and she knows how to subtly get into people's heads. Do I think she'll make it far? I think people will take her as far as they can and possibly drag her to the end, unless she makes some really big game moves that make her stick out. 2 different people are texting. But I think I'm going to give Chloe 6, just because I know she'll do well, but I don't think she'll make it towards the end.
Chloe did not give me that much to work with. It was very hard to hear her in her video, but yeah, I have her as Livingston 8th, so yeah.
I just like to say, y'all are giving her the Tawny 6th. Hello, I also got 6th, and I'm.
Shut up, Keaton. Shut up.
I think when they say the Tawny 6 or the Livingston 8th, there's a little bit more to it than just the placement by itself.
Yeah.
Can there be a Chris 4th?
You already did that one.
Can we just remind you all of the fact that literally all 8th placers have been absolute crackheads?
Nikita.
Yeah, but Livingston got 8th. I don't get it.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's just bad in games. Anyways, Chloe's getting 6th. So my autocast, no one's shocked. No one is shocked with that one. I'm dying on my pizza again. Fucking kill me.
Give me your address.
No. So if you know her from Taze, then you know her as 5th place, 22 comps, 0 wins. But Big Brother is not the game. She plays the same game no matter what game she plays, but she can play the exact same game she did in Taze, and it will look much stronger, because you don't need to win comps in order to do what you need to do in Survivor. Survivor is a much more heavily social game. You don't need to win comps in order to make it far. You just need to be well-connected. And Chloe's very often a well-connected person. She's just someone that is a likable
I
person.
just saw your name and I'm screaming.
It's been this way for a while.
We're back.
But she's gonna make it far. I think she's seeing merge an issue. Anywhere in merge I could see her placing, except a win probably because she's notoriously horrible at final tribal councils. So I just see her doing something like Madison Kimry did and tanking her own game at the very end when she probably had it in the bag. So I think she's gonna do great. Not a doubt in my mind there. If she gets anything else, it's probably an idol. Yahoo. What the fuck is pinging?
And Keen, you said
What else but sixth, my dude?
never say that again. You
By the way, one thing I learned and what Keen had to say is that if you ever want to know how to be an autocast on Trinity, just ask Chloe. I'm sure she'll give you some nice tips.
Tits.
I said tips. I said tips.
I know what you said, but I know what I said too.
I know what you're thinking though. Yeah. Everyone in the chat talking about nice tits. The chat's going.
I hate it here so much.
Keena wants to see just the tip.
You act like I haven't seen them today.
I'm logging off.
Blake Murphy.
Anyways,
Good.
Chloe, I love Chloe. I think she is a very, very relatable person in some aspects, and she can connect with a lot of people very easily. However, I kind of disagree with a large majority of you. I think that yes, there's a lot of Republic people in here, but I don't think that they're all going to stick together for a super long time. And the fact that she is so apparently under the radar, but she still has a lot of like anxiety about games or whatever, like she has panic attacks or whatever you want to say. I don't know if she's going to make it to the end game. So I put her at I put her at 12th place.
Hater.
No, I love Chloe so much, but I don't know. In this cast, can she make it to the end? I don't know.
So
suck my dick.
I will.
So Chloe is actually the only person who I like gave an actual placement to before we started this. First off, I adore her. I think she's a great person. I put her at second, and for basically all of the reasons Keaton already said. I think she's going to have the exact same trajectory as Madison Kimry, lays low for a while, makes some sort of insane move towards the end of the game, and then completely bombs Final Tribal Council. She's going to play a great game, and I don't think she's going to be able to sell that great game at finals. And I think that's going to cost her. All right, so since Kevin has to go, I'm going to take his request since he starts this round. Go ahead, talk about Michael.
Winner pick. I think Michael's due. I've always seen Michael do extremely well in games. I think he's incredibly smart. And I just think he can navigate this well. I do think, like people said, that Josh always looks for a number two. I think that number two is going to be Michael. Like I think that they're going to be able to bounce ideas off each other, but I think maybe with Josh winning, surviving, I think he's going to have a lot more of a threat on him than Michael will, and Michael's going to be able to kind of sit back. I am so high on him that I do think that you are going to get your first Yunnan winner. And I adore Michael. I love watching him play. And yeah, I think he's going to do extremely well. And I'm going to be very fucking disappointed if he doesn't make it on next season. But yeah, that's it for me. That's my winner pick. 9-0 winner.
That is a bold claim. Connor?
Oh, but real quick, Jack, Just whenever we get to a new person, just message me. Oh, you're fucking gone.
I'll let him know.
Yeah,
was
just
about to
someone,
say-
if someone,
I was
just
about to-
someone message me on Skype.
Hey, dumb bitch Jackson Walsh.
I was about to say, did I miss
Dumb
the memo?
bitch.
Did I miss the memo about not leaving our computers because there was like 3 or 4 people gone? I was like, did my turn cause people to leave the room?
Yeah, Jack, just message me whenever we're about to be on a new player, and I'll give you it. My prediction, Michael, first place,
Yeah.
9-0 winner.
Got it.
Later, guys.
So, my turn, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have Michael doing really well this game as well. Although, unfortunately, I don't have him as winner. However, I do have him as third place. I think he's going to get cut by one of the final 2, or maybe the eventual winner, which I haven't revealed yet, but I do have a pick. With Michael Hearn, I think the food I have for him is a pretzel, but not like an ordinary pretzel. I'm talking about those pretzel sticks, and here's why. Pretzel sticks are nice. You like to eat pretzel sticks. Oh my God, these are good pretzel sticks. One wrong chew and that pretzel stick stuck in your trachea and you can't get it out. That's Michael Hearn's game. He seems very nice and dandy, but he will get in your trachea. It's like,
Please never say he will get in your trachea again.
He will find a way
God.
to utterly destroy your game in the slyest way. He will cut you in a way that you do not like. It'll be so sly under the radar, but it'll be just such a good play. Stop.
Are
And so I
we
believe
allowed
that-
to vote someone out of the cast assessment? Because if so, I cast my vote for Connor.
I also
believe-
cast my vote for Connor.
You're on mute, Chris. I don't know if you're talking to us or not.
You will be in your trachea.
Okay. But I believe he has the power to really end someone's game in a very under the radar way, which is why he's silent but dangerous, kind of like a fart. Which is why.
I just don't know. People. You all suck.
Which is why I'm gonna put him as third. I think he's gonna get cut, but he's gonna make a really long run.
Trachea.
Fart and trachea in the same sentence.
See, Jack's choking on her right now.
Don't ever say that again. 2 bottoms
Jack
don't make a top.
Jack wishes he could choke on Hearn.
I hate all of
So
you.
weird.
We've now hit the shit show portion of the cast assessment.
This makes me hate my life.
Does Blake Murphy hate it here?
So, Michael Hearn, that Brit who just won't shut the
Says
fuck
you.
up. Shut up. Anyway, I've played with Michael Hearn before now. He knows what he's doing,
So sorry.
but if he doesn't talk, he gets fucked very, very fast. I honestly see him getting somewhere around. I honestly see him early jury as like 8th because I don't know if he can survive with this cast. He has a good footing, but at the same time, people know how he plays, and I don't think they want to play with him, especially when there's so many other people. Chris,
Is this Michael Hearn that we're
this
talking
is
about?
Mr. Michael Hearn.
Okay. I think he's going to play the exact same way he played in Surviving, and I think not only is he going to do well, he did well there, I think he's going to do well here, and I have him at his exact same placement at 6th. I loved watching him, and I think he's going to steamroll through this competition again, so I have him at 6th.
What, play the exact same game as Survivor where he's just a bottom bitch the entire time? I'm
And
sorry.
still
his
made
game
it
was not
farther
that good.
than you.
I'm sorry. The longer he plays,
And still made it farther than you.
the only reason he did that is because someone had an idol. Bitch.
And still made it farther than you. Sis.
So
You were still trash.
Sis.
So here's the thing with Hearn. Hearn's gonna make a fart. Hearn always makes a fart. This is not a thing that we're gonna argue here. However, I'm gonna say just not as far as normal. I'm gonna just say 10th right now. My thing with Hearn is I don't know what's going on, but Hearn's just playing a weaker game the longer he's going on. Because I think his Survivor game is the weakest one I've seen in a while. And even if you think it's a decent game, he's played a lot stronger. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with him. Especially recently, he just tends to be playing from the bottom. And I don't know what's going on there. He's been constantly playing from the bottom. Surviving, he's played from the bottom. I watched him play from the bottom in another game. Like, I don't know what's going on with him. But he's not a bad player. He's another one of those like people that are very easy to talk to and very easily like. So a lot of people in this cast are very sociable, which is gonna be very interesting to watch play out. Just like who trumps who in the social ladder. But I just think that there's gonna be some slip up in merge that just tanks his game and sees him out the door pretty early in merge.
All right, so I just want to say, in surviving, he definitely was kind of an under the radar type player. He wasn't like super dominant. However, I do think that he kind of learned from that, and that is why I also have Michael as my winner pick. I think that he plays a very strong social game. Big Brother, I do think is more of his thing over Survivor. However, I think that he is slowly starting to know how to play Survivor better. And especially with so many Republic people that he does have good connections with, because I feel like he's one of the most well-liked people in the Republic. So that could either work in his benefit or, I guess, against him at the same time. However, I do think that in this case, it will work in his favor. I think everybody will want to work with her, and I think that could put him in a spot to be able to call some shots. So that is why I also put Hearn as my winner pick.
Oh, before we move on, I have to make it stated whenever Chloe and Michael play a game together, they just forcefully final two in every scenario. I forgot to mention that. That's a thing that happens. Thank you very much.
So I don't see Michael winning this game. He's going to go far, but he's not winning. I don't remember who said third, but that's kind of what I'm feeling for him. He's going to go far. Like, him and Chloe will probably go far together as a pair. And then the third person in that three is going to win final immunity, and they're going to chop Michael. So I'm giving him third. He's a great player. He's really good at the game. And I'm happy he's here. But I don't think he's winning.
Are you now? Are you happy he's here?
You know what? Fuck yourself.
Don't be an idiot, and then you don't get
Okay,
bullied.
so I played Days 2 with Hearn. I played Surviving Director's Cut with Hearn. I think both were very similar trajectories. If you play with Hearn, I've never heard anyone say something like negative about Hearn, at least like unironically. Like, you like Hearn, you enjoy playing with Hearn. The problem is Hearn is the type of player you don't let get to the end. Hearn, I think, in most scenarios, merges. Unless he gets some really bad thing at the swap, I think he merges because his starter tribe is extremely good for him. Most of those people, I think, want to work with Hearn. But I don't think he's allowed to make the end. I want to give him 7th. I think that's a pretty decent number for him.
That should be it. So
It is. I'm a dumb bitch. 1 second.
I mean, we all are.
Ben knew.
Keaton, I am going to throat punch you.
If you want me to leave, just say it. I have other places I can be.
No, it's okay.
Trachea.
Next is Billy, and Connor starts.
Do I? Okay.
Yes.
So Billy, I think he's saying in his intro that he's more mature now, and all this. And I've been there before. When you mature and you talk about a video how you mature. Yeah, that doesn't last very long. I'm not like you say you're mature, but and I'm not saying his old self is a bad thing. It obviously works for him. His old self does work to a certain degree. He is gonna be. He's always going to be the one talking at tribals. He's always going to be the one with the camera time at tribals. He's always going to be the outspoken one. It's always how I feel like he's going to be. I honestly do believe, however, though, he's going to get momentum. And with the dynamic duo pair of Jackson with him, that's if they can get together and form like I think they will, that's going to be powerful for him as well. His issue is I think he's going to make a merge, but he's going to be such a notable figure, such a loud figure, such a in-your-face figure that I don't see him making it too far into the merge. I have him at 9th. Also, the food I have for Billy is a pickle. I see a pickle in a way like I feel like you love pickles. Oh my god, I eat pickles every day, or you hate pickles. I'm not eating that pickle. I feel like the same can be said about Billy. However, if you force yourself to eat pickles, you will learn to like pickles. If you spend enough time around Billy, you'll like the guy enough that you want to trust him, and that could be your downfall. I have him at 9.
Okay, so I just want to update people on something that is rather interesting. While we have been talking, Rachel has created an alliance between herself, Timmy, and Josh called the Taste 3 Final 3. So, Billy, I don't know much about him other than the iconic clip of him screaming that he has an idol. So, if he plays loud and explosive like he has in the past, I don't see him getting far. If he tries to refine his game, I think he's going to fall right back into where it was before. And I don't like those odds. I honestly think if he doesn't go right, he could seriously fuck up. But he has been talking, and he's connected with Ollie. He's going after Chloe because his ex had the same name. And then he talked about the lost season and how he was a part of that. And also, he's also been talking to Savannah about said lost season. And he's basically testing her to see if she'll leak it. So he's using it as a test, and if he's doing that, he's playing a bit more behind the scenes. But if he's doing that, I think I like where he's going. I think he's going to get early jury, and for me, I still have 11th open, so I will place him at 11th.
Before we move on, there's one thing I forgot to mention. Can I chime in here real fast?
Yeah.
One thing I've noted about Billy, I think, is he always manages to find someone that he crushes on. I feel like that's a thing. He always gets with the girl. I am all for romance. I am all for the conspiracy theory of love. I believe if he's gonna crush on anyone this season, he's gonna have a thing for Abrielle. Well, mark my words. I see that happen. I see his eyes being like blue hair, blue hair. I see it.
Not blue hair, blue hair. Chris.
I don't really know that much about Billy. Just the fact that him editing his video was completely the funniest thing I've ever watched. I have him though as what placement do I have him? I don't know how correct. He was on T-Viver.
He
or
was on
T-Brother?
T-Viver and T-Brother.
T-Brother, and he did well in both.
I don't remember how well he did in T-Brother, but I believe he did pretty decently in T-Viver.
Okay, so
He
I have.
got like mid.
Okay, I think that's where I have him. I have him. I have 10th open, so I think I'm gonna give him Billy 10th. Yeah, 10th.
I got this man down for a nice 13th. I don't think he's gonna. Is that where the fuck is Merge in this bitch?
Merge is at 11. 14 and 13 are the double boot.
Yeah.
And 16 is the swap.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, you know what? That actually works perfect. I would say 14th or 13th would actually be the perfect place for Billy to go out, especially it being the double boot, because double boots is where you tend to see bigger targets go, because you're forced to go to the tribal. You're gonna make that last move before a perceived merge, so you just go for the person you're most threatened by. And I see Billy slowly becoming that kind of player, and I don't know if he'd be able to crank out a win. So that's where I see him going. I think he's going to play a good game, but he's going to play one that's going to be too easily spotted, and he's going to pay for it.
Just one thing. If you see 12 as a potential merge, I think there's a lot of problems there, because Jesus Christ, 12 does not go into anything well. Unless you're expecting a fucking Final Five or something.
12 does not go into anything well, Blake Murphy.
Excuse me. Blake.
Yeah, get out of camera, bitch.
Blake, honey, what the fuck?
My turn.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say it. I have very different opinions than most of you have. I have Billy down for 20th. I think he's gonna get third boot, and I think he's gonna play way too hard, way too quickly, and with this cast, I don't see that flying at all. And what Jack has kind of said about what he's already doing, he may be trying to do things behind the scenes, but it's kind of confirming my thoughts about him trying to do like it's day one, like a couple hours in, and he's already trying to do all this stuff. So I think that that's going to catch up with him, and he's going to be caught super early. And he has a reputation. All these 10 gauge people are going to know who Billy is, in my opinion. So I do have him down for 20th. I think he's going to be a fairly early move.
Right, so I don't know exactly how long we're going to have Billy around, because as Blake just said, he's got a big reputation, and having a reputation in a game like this can absolutely be the death of you, even if you do nothing wrong in that game. Billy is an interesting case, because he says he wants to play differently. He says he's matured, but he's already kind of showing tinges of crackhead behavior, with like the fact that he's going to actively gun for Chloe for personal reasons completely unrelated to her. And I just don't know. Like, if that boy gets a hold of any sort of power, which is a very real possibility in this season with a shit ton of powers, he's going to cause some chaos. I don't think he's winning. I don't even think he's going to make, like, the end game. But, God, I think he's going to give us a good show. He's probably going to be, like, second juror. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. This is another hands-up situation. While Keaton and Blake were talking, I did not do anything to change my thoughts before. So Keaton gave Billy 13th, which I put him there and then marked it off. Mr. Blake Murphy gave 20th, which I put Billy there and marked it off. I eventually met in the middle because I have some thoughts, I think. I put Billy for 16th. Reasoning being, I've never heard of him, I've never interacted with him, but hearing y'all talk about him, if he's trying to play less like out there crack-headed like maybe he has a reputation for doing, maybe he can hold that together, especially depending on how many pre-swap tribals he attends. I think if there's a point where he reverts back to his old self, it's at a swap. So I'm giving him 16th. That's the first swap boot. Maybe he gets a bad draw and feels like he has to revert to crackheadery, and that bites him in the ass. So that's my thoughts on it.
So I forgot that I have Kevin's opinion, and that is a scary thing. But Kevin's opinion is the following. Billy seems fun. I do think he will do well, but I don't think he'll be on the right side of the numbers at merge. He's going to get the Livingston 8. Congratulations, Livingston. You now own the number 8. Oh, yeah. And I think that's everyone.
Yep. So we're gonna move on. And Jack, we'll start with Megan. This will be fun.
Yes, Megan. Oh my God, what can I say about her? She and I had a very interesting trajectory. I played a Discord whodunit with her where she ended up winning, where she was able to cry, but apparently that was pure emotional manipulation, and I still don't know about that one. But it fucking worked. And I dragged Keaton to the end, and it didn't really work out in my favor. But Megan is incredibly smart. She also knows how to play a very, very poor social game, as evidenced by, I don't know, all of 1984, Dead Men Walking, where she played a very dominant game, but she ended up being viewed like Paul, where it was like, you kind of just didn't give a shit about people's feelings, and we were all hurt. And then we had Taze 3, where she was just kind of randomly taken out. So I love Megan, but if she doesn't get her, if she gets her footing, she'll go far. But I'm not sure if she can win at the end. See, I'm running out of slots where I can say I either have to say they do really good or really bad, and I don't think this cast is going to be nice to Megan. I think they're going to shoot her out pretty quickly. I am going to give her 18th. And Chris.
I don't have anything to say about her except the fact that I have bad bitches stay ready, queen stays queen, adios, and I have her at third. That's literally all I have.
Okay. So, Megan. Okay. So, I'm making this known now. When she loses, I'm logging off Skype for 24 hours. So, I'm not dealing with it.
Actually, Keaton, you're probably good the first 24 hours. It'll take probably 24 before she realizes she's been removed from the chat.
Only one left says, who?
That was nasty, but...
Yeah. So Megan is obviously a good player. Everyone knows this isn't a shocking statement for anyone to hear. Okay. I just don't know what's gonna happen with her. She can fall in any place and it would make sense. So I could just say a number and pretend to have reasoning with it, but then it would just be bullshit. You never know where she's gonna fall. You always know she's gonna play a good game. Just don't know how it will pay off for her. Let's see. probably gonna put her in a filler spot just so I have my more prominent players again in good spots. I don't have 14th filled. Yeah, we'll go with she go. We'll go with somehow she fucks up in the double vote and she goes. Bye bye, Megan.
All right, so for Megan, I love Megan to death. Don't get me wrong. However, I think all of you have probably heard me say this multiple times. When you come into these games, you have to know that the probability of you winning is very, very small. You have to prepare yourself to lose. You have to know that your chances of losing are high. And in this specific cast, there's a 95.5%. Yes, I did the math. Fact check me, bitch. There's a 95.5% chance that you are going to not win this game.
Proud of you on your percentages. Proud of you.
I hate it here.
I think that Megan has a hard time with losing, and I want her to go far. However, with this specific cast, I don't know if that's going to happen because people know that she's a huge player. She's a huge strategist. I have her down for 50.
Damn, y'all are brutal.
I love her though. She knows I absolutely adore her.
I don't really know where
she's
to put. So, personal feelings for Megan aside, I don't really know where to put her. It's kind of what Keaton said. Like, Megan is a solid game player, and I do think she's going to play a good game. But because it's Megan, she could get literally any placement, and it would make sense for her. Like, I don't mean to just basically copy-paste Keaton's speech, but those are my same sentiments. Like, any placement at all, first or 22nd, would make absolute total sense.
I've never gotten to play with Megan, but I think I've seen her play like a few times. Don't get me wrong, she's a good player, but I think she's also very competitive, a big personality, and this game has based on how many players are in this game, it has sort of a late merge. That's a big pre-merge stretch you got to run through, and I kind of see that like portion of like the swap to the merge. I see those placements right there being an absolute fucking bloodbath, and I have one slot left there, which is part of that double boot. I think I'm feeling Megan for 13th because I think that is going to be a very hard stretch for people to get through, especially as big a personality as Megan. People are going to start getting antsy, and they're going to be like, okay, we start out with 22 people. Maybe we're merging at 13. Oh, here's this double. Let's get her out here because we're merging next, and then they don't even merge next. So I think people are going to get antsy, and that's the portion of the game where you take her out.
So, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I thought you were skipping me.
Fuck you, Connor. Fuck you. So, Kevin started out with hi, I'm Megan Humphreys, and I'm a whore.
I'd
really
like to actually
Megan
vote
and
Jack off of the cast assessment now.
Kevin said it, not me. You're also muted, Blake. But I really like Megan, and she seems very, very good, but she's very loud and brash. I think her and Nick clash hard, and I think Nick wins that fight. I'm going to give her 21st because I think Nick strong arms her elimination. Don't know if I agree with that, but as it is written.
My turn, finally. Okay. Sorry for interrupting.
Anyway, move on. Like, next person.
I was talking. You not hear me? Settle down, little man. Okay. So.
I'm 6 foot. Fuck off.
And I'm 6'5", 5 inches taller than your tiny ass. Okay. I love you. So I compared the food to Megan is pudding, and here's why. You eat a spoonful of pudding. You go, you know what? I like this pudding. So you eat a little one of those like little cups of pudding. Like, you know what? I like this pudding. you don't stop eating the pudding. You'll find yourself eating about 8 cups, 9 cups. You then have a tummy full of freaking 13 pounds of pudding. And that's not a really good experience. What I mean by that is Megan is really nice, usually in smaller doses. But the more time you spend with Megan, I think the more likely you're going to find a reason to like not want to play with her. I have Megan at 16 because I believe she will start out okay, but as soon as she gets momentum, other people who realize she gets momentum will stop her momentum and send her home. But here's the biggest point of all. Winning the season for Megan may not be in the cards, who knows, but you know I believe is in the cards. Cupid Connor is coming back out. I sense a love story. Are you ready, guys? Between Megan and Dan. I believe that I am going to be able to see blossoms of romance. Megan, I imagine, always wanted to be with a Viking. Always wanted to be with a bounty hunter. Dan is here with his long beard, long hair, and then they'll be able to run into the distance, being together and happy. I believe a couple is in the mix, and I believe it's Megan and Dan. Thank you.
And it would go back to me, so we're done. So, next up, since
The Bachelor Connor Elijah edition. So
I don't want to
next
see
up
it.
is Dylan Halloween. Who's starting that again?
It's the
Chris.
person after me, so Chris.
Oh, y'all have so much hate for him, but I love this person. I love Dylan. Simon, don't at me, Jack. Don't.
No,
at
no,
me.
I'm actually going to say the exact opposite.
I'm so happy y'all casted him. I'm so happy y'all casted a filler. I love Dylan though. I love Dylan so much. But there's like no possible way he makes it. Y'all could give him a whole Black Widow pre-made cast in Oregon. He's still not making it far. I don't have him at 20 at last, but I have him at 19 because he has like a little arc. He's a Jesse in my season. He's literally a Jesse. I was literally a Jesse. I have him at 19. I feel so bad for saying that because I love him so much. But like he just has this huge ass reputation. People know who he is. People know how he plays the game. He just gets like early boot every fucking time, and I don't see a different scenario this time. But then again, Constance proved me the fuck wrong in surviving. So.
I wish that wasn't the case, but that's a whole nother story.
Do I hear GameBot? Because I hear GameBot. 100% as Dylan was going through the cast, like it was detailed to like realizing who was commenting on whose Facebook reveal. Like they were looking at every little thing, and it's not gonna work. Someone's gonna tell the wrong person about that, and it's gonna go down the drain. I'm also playing a game with Dylan, and I said that I was going to do a cast assessment, and I said that 2 people were playing, and then I said the 2 people. I look at my Skype notifications, and I see Dylan saying, "Don't fucking say it! Don't fucking say it! Don't fucking say it!" Apparently, they're scared of that relationship putting them down the drain. So I'm making this known now. If for some reason Dylan and I are still in the game, Dylan, I've been going after you the entire time. Dylan, I think, is going to get himself out in both games, but most importantly this one. Gonna say something to the wrong person. Someone's gonna realize that they've been scheming, and then the vote piles, or just someone knows Halloween's reputation and down the drain. 18th.
Okay. So for Dylan, I think that Dylan has actually grown quite a bit since the old days on 10 Engaged. And I don't think he's as bad of a person anymore as people want to say that he is. However, that reputation will continue to like hold itself. I originally had Dylan at 19th, but then Christopher said 19th, so I didn't want to take that.
Bitch,
So I
bye.
had
Someone gave someone 315 earlier.
I do have Dylan for 21st because I think that whether these non-10 gaugers might not know of Dylan 100%, but once one of the 10 gaugers open up that can of worms, I think it's game over. And early on in these games, you gotta find. And I think Dylan's that scapegoat. I think Dylan's destined for an early boot. And I hate to say it because I'd actually like to see what he can do in the season. And I wouldn't be mad if he got further because I think that he could do some damage, but it's going to be hard for him to get through that initial beginning part of the game.
Also, Chris, before, who the fuck changed my name to Choking on Hearn? I
Not
swear to
me.
God.
I don't know how to do that.
He's in your trachea.
All right, so Dylan, I want to see Dylan do really well. I do. I don't know if he's going to, because like there's a lot of relationships. Although he's picked up on quite a few of them. Dylan is not a bad player. He's not at all. He's very smart. He's very competent, kind of game body at times, like Keaton said. But if that man wants to, he can absolutely bring the pain to this cast, and not just in the gameplay sense. Like, that dude can ruin lives. And honestly, I'm kind of interested to see what he brings to the season. Like, I don't want him to go home early at all. I want him here long enough to really show what he's got in him. And I know that someone has even more to say about him later on, a certain person who auto-casted him. But, yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so, like, I've been on 10 gauge for a long time, but I don't know anything that happens on there, I swear. So I've heard Dylan, I've heard the name Dylan, I've heard the name Halloween. I don't really know that much about Dylan or how he plays or his reputation or any of that. So I don't know. I think based on what I know about the people I do know on that tribe, I think he could be on his starter tribe. I think he could be a very easy first boot from that tribe, or like an early boot. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him part of the way because of our Facebook interaction, even though it was really funny. And I don't want to have to put anyone else here later. I'm giving him my 22nd because I don't want to put anyone else there. But I don't know how he'll do. Hey, I'm giving him 22nd, so he has nothing but room for improvement. If he gets 21st, that's progress.
There you go.
So, couple things. First off, Chris, I missed your placement.
I gave him 19.
That's what I thought. Okay, and
Christopher.
Why?
Kevin.
Okay.
The response to me bringing his name up to Kevin was, "Oh God." So that's a good benchmark. He seems awkward. I don't know. I think in a game where everyone has these like infectious personalities, Dylan won't get his footing. I'm gonna give him 19th, and ignore the last part, but yeah. He gave him 19th just because it is a complete mess. But I'm going to have to bounce that back and say he already has Ollie in that spot. So keep going. Connor, I think?
Gladly. So, the food I compare to Dylan, you know those candy buttons? Those really like waxy candy buttons. They're like a tray and it's like purple, like it's like blue, red, and yellow, but they're like just basically eating wax.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
You realize it, yeah.
That's what I would give Dylan. That's like being in Dylan. Like I feel like Dylan as a person and a player is basically the equivalent of those buttons. Like, let me try this. I've never seen one before. You eat it, and it's like, I just ate wax. What was the point of eating it? But some people are addicted to wax, and they keep going back. He has people that he will always work with, and that they love Dylan. But for the most part, I feel like he can kind of be viewed as kind of off-putting. He can be a powerhouse, but at the same time, if he doesn't get his footing, that powerhouse will never exist. And with this cast, unfortunately, I don't see him getting his footing. I have to go on Scout's honor here. I don't know if it's this one or this one, but I do not like let other people's numbers influence me. I think of them ahead of time before anyone else spoke or even speaks. I think that's the word, probably not spoke. I also have him at 19th.
Speaking of autocasting, Dylan was my autocast. And the entire reason was I knew other people wouldn't cast him, and I wanted someone who had a reputation on 10 gauge and was actively changing it. Halloween, as a person, was a horrible, wretched human being who deserved to die in a fire. I'm stating my honest opinion. Halloween was a horrible, horrible person, but because he was with the group of friends that are horrible, horrible people. And I'm not going to call out them because they're currently on 10 gauge and I'd rather not have myself be doxxed. But Dylan now, their games, he knows how to talk to people. He does seem very socially awkward, but he knows what he's doing. Other than being like a first or second boot on a sequester mini, which was
fun
funny
fact.
enough.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but fun fact: he and I are playing a sequester mini together later this month in the Disney mini. I think it's the
thought
July
that was
27th.
you. Yeah, I'm playing
Yep,
one,
that's
but it's a bit later down the line.
Oh,
and
and
so
then-
is Keaton at
I'm
16.
actually a part of the Patron mini, patron mini tomorrow. So, but don't tell
Bitch, you
anybody.
beat me out of a
Your
fucking
secret is
spot
safe with the
again.
8th of us.
Hey, Keaton.
Thanks,
You're gonna have to type. He went away. You're gonna have to
Hey,
type
Keaton.
because he went away. He muted us. You
So
have to do
Keaton
the
is up
number.
first. So Keaton.
But
Type. While I wait. Someone type while I wait. I'm doing the
but
wait.
overall, I do think Dylan is going to do decently fine. Do I see him getting to the end? No. Do I see him getting that far? Sadly, no. I see him as 17th unless something serious.
Hey, Keaton. Sorry.
No, type
I hope he's right.
What's going on?
It's your turn. Talk about TJ.
You're up first with Jason.
Oh, cool. I'm first, so that means I'm not going to be here for a while. Okay, good. So here's my thing with TJ. I see TJ as one of the most past fucking cockroach. The dude plays the most passive game on the planet, and it's just sit there, tell people one or two things, and then shut the fuck up. Let what happens happens. Don't control a vote. Don't do shit. Just sit there and just well for him constantly. And usually, group game players like to play the aggressive route, and that's why they get out. But I think TJ's gameplay, which is the same group games, is going to translate really well, especially with a larger group, more times for bonds to form. I think the way that he wants to play is going to be good, and this is going to be my first top 3 spot. I actually think that Jason could get second.
I thought you said
I
Chloe's
just
getting
wanna go.
second.
Okay, see.
I said that was me.
I'll see you at the hour.
All right, Blake Murph.
I think Jason is very intuitive in orgs. He's not one to necessarily make the first strike with things, but I think if his momentum starts building up and building up and building up, he could become one of those players who strike towards the end of the game. I do see him kind of riding just through the game until end. But I know he's capable of playing a really good game. I'm going to put Jason at third.
All right, so funny story before we start. Myself, Keaton, Jack, and Z were all on the Zoom trying to decide on the cast. And we got to TJ, and as some people know, Z is not a fan of TJ. So the rest of us were all thumbs up on TJ, but Z was on the fence. So then Z said something to the effect of, if TJ gets cast, I'm going to have to log on to Skype every day just to remind him sections are shut down, he's on the cast, shut your mouth. And he has actually been logging on to Skype now and being social just because we strong-armed him into that. So there's that. Now, I've hosted TJ a few times before, and he has a surprising amount of longevity for being such a passive player. And, like, it's not like he's played a bad game either. He
would have completely wiped the floor with the jury one of those times that he made the finale. It's all about the cast for him. Like, if he plays the same game and gets pretty decent standard results every time, it's all about like who he's with in general. If he gets a cast that suits his gameplay, he could easily take it. If he gets a cast with a bunch of overwhelming people, he's going to get shoved to the background and he's going to become like the background character of the season. And unfortunately, I think the latter is going to be the case here. Like, I know TJ is not a bad player. Some of y'all know TJ is not a bad player, but this cast in particular is really bad for his game because he will not get a chance to shine here. He's going to get completely outshined, eclipsed by other people, and I think he's going to get picked off like first merge boots just because people kind of take it as like an easy vote. Like, they don't want to start shit yet. They want to background it. Like a Callum, for example, in Mementos. I kind of just went off on TJ. Damn. TJ, when you see this, I'm sorry. I love you.
Okay, so I posted TJ in my group game series 3 times. He's currently playing for his 3rd time in All-Stars. Getting Tribe is very good for him. I think he can make the dynamics. Him and Josh this season, who's also on that tribe, have kind of been paired together in confessionals. So I could see them working together in both games. So that'd be like a mutual, need thing. Also, Rachel, who's already working with Josh, obviously from what Jack said earlier from the chat being made. TJ was Rachel somehow weaseled her way onto LKB production. I don't know. And then she said in the main chat for the players to send 63 reasons they love Rachel as like a way to get an idol clue. And TJ was one of the people to submit 63 reasons. So, and I know Rachel released. So I think that TJ can have some pretty strong connections that allows him to survive. I think he definitely merges. I could see him being early merged, but I think I'm going to be more on the Keaton wavelength, or I think it's what Keaton said. I think he's going to be shut out towards the end, but I think if things are explosive pre-merge, we all know a cockroach survives, nuclear winter, however it goes. So he survives whatever this pre-merge is going to be, and I think he can survive most of merge.
Oh, yes. So I sent TJ to Kevin. He said, I don't know who that is, which is the majority of the response here. He said 10th if he has it, and he should. Yes. And then Livingston, I'm just going to check what you just said.
That's the third.
Third, okay. So for me, as much as, well, not me, Connor goes before
That's
me.
why I interviewed you
Yes.
the first time, Okay, love you, Jack. Okay,
Shut
so it's okay. I will after I finish my plea here and why I think TJ's going to get what he gets. The food I give to TJ is cotton candy, and here's why. For what it is, a tasty treat, cotton candy is good. If you're looking to eat cotton candy to fill up, though, you're eating air, and you're going to be there a long time. Getting your belly full of cotton candy, you're going to be there 6 days. You eat cotton candy, okay, this is fine, this is nice, but there's nothing there. There's no, substance, really. CJ is very good at being kind of in the background. He purposely doesn't give substance. So I feel like he's very good about, not giving a whole lot, which I think is kind of cotton candy also brings, besides, giving you red fingers sometimes. I'm going to give TJ, I don't think he's going to go as far as y'all think. I think he's going to, midway through, I'm thinking TJ is going to get 14th. Go ahead, Jack in the Box.
So, TJ. Look, I like TJ. He's a great guy. But as a Survivor player, his entire game is setting himself up for a purple edit. And it is a garbage game. He says something and then just stays silent. He does not have any sort of authority. But while saying that, it's easy for him to be dragged to the end. I don't want to say it, but I am going to give him third. And no, I'm going to give him second because I think someone is going to pick up on the fact that he is just so easy to drag to the end that they're just going to drag him to the end. Like, what else is there going to be?
Chris?
What do I have written down for TJ? I don't really have anything written down for TJ. From what I've seen him, he does. I don't think I've seen TJ ever get any sort of like double-digit placing. But I think he got double digits in surviving, but I don't remember.
Yeah,
Like,
he got like 11th due to the unmerge.
yeah, and even then, that's a pretty high placing. So every time I think of TJ, I think of going back to uh probably the best. I think it was Survivor, but it was the mini that Nick hosted. It's probably the best mini I've ever played in my entire life. Blake, you're a shady lady, baby. Just let you know you're a shady lady. But I still got that ass. Anyway, yeah, I don't have TJ at a really low placing. I have him at where the hell knows? I have him at 11. I think they're gonna catch on to his game pretty early, but like 11 is jury, right? That starts jury.
11 is the start of jury.
Okay, so yeah, so I have him like around starting jury. I think they're gonna catch on to his placement right then and there. Reminder that Blake's a shady lady, and I ended that ass in that mini.
All right. So next is my autocast, someone I dragged out of retirement to play this game, Craig. Blake, go ahead.
I honestly have no idea who Craig is, and I don't pick up a good read on him. So it's very hard for me to put him in a placement.
Stupid fucking bums.
However, I don't know if I see him fitting in with this cast in specific. So I did put him pretty low. I put him at 17th. I don't know how he's gonna do, but like I said, I just don't think he's gonna vibe with people super well.
What the hell?
All right, so Craig is my winner pick, and it wasn't close. I've played with Craig many, many times over in the Facebook scene. He is a ridiculously good player. You would not get that impression from him, but he goes far in nearly every game he plays. He's this like chill, laid back, stoner type of person. Like apparently he works with weed as his job. So he's just a naturally super chill person. He is very good at making social connections, and he's an overall good game player. I've never seen him go early in a game before, and I don't think that's going to start now. I do think he's going to run this game all the way to the end.
So Livingston. Livingston, you're muted.
Okay, I don't have much to go off of, but all the reception of people in like the VL and like for his announcement and stuff seem to be positive. Julian seems to, have high hopes for him. I think if Craig is able to mesh well with this cast, I think Craig goes far. Pretty much what I have left is like merge placements and like 2 really low placements, and I don't think Craig goes there. I think I'm gonna give Craig like 4th, gets kind of shut out of the end of things. So yeah, that's what I got.
So, Kevin. It's funny enough because Kevin said he loved Craig's energy and his videos so much, and he thinks he's going to get 4th. He has a really laid-back personality, and on his tribe, he will succeed well. He's the person on the cast that I don't know, but I want to get to know. Connor.
So, this is a tough one for me because like I was between two placements in my mind, and I eventually landed on one that I'm more happy with. I thought I was gonna give it to someone else, but I convinced myself this I should give Craig this one. Before I say the placement, I want to give the food to Craig. The food is gonna be a cheese ball. When you eat a cheese ball, you like that cheese ball, and then you eat another, and sooner or later you're jamming down cheese balls. Once Craig gets momentum, one boat, two boat, three boat, the momentum, he go, and he's going to be able to longevity himself and go. Like those cheese balls, I get a freaking bucket of those cheese balls. By the freaking night time, it's all the way halfway through. I'm like, where'd they go? Oh, yeah, my stomach. That's where they went. I'm going to give Craig, and again, I don't listen to what y'all have to say. I listen to my mind. My mind is beautiful sometimes. I actually, again, like a lot of you, I'm giving Craig fourth.
So, Craig gives this wonderful, and honestly, I'm going to say Craig is my winner pick.
I thought you were getting emotional there for a second. You look like you're about to cry. Like, Craig, man. I was like, damn, Jack, you got your heart too?
He's my long lost cousin. No. Craig, I really, really like. He gives this really playful energy, but he also has just this strong foundation. He's been playing orgs for years. He doesn't have as strong connections as other people, like pre-made connections, but I honestly think he can talk his way through so much stuff. Dan, who we'll mention later on, he has the connection of weed. Megan as well might be able to fit in there. Then he has the connection of wrestling, which other people in the cast can probably relate to. He can use his connections so well to boost his personality and get to the end. And I honestly think he will be able to make moves to get to the end and win this game, hands down. Either pretty early, and I don't want that. Chris.
So from watching his, excuse my hair by the way, I look like a fucking alien because all I wanted was Minnie Mouse buns, and here we are, the fucking antenna. But it's fine.
We'd love to see it.
It's fine. Anyways, so watching Craig's video, I could tell he was really, really excited. I honestly thought he thought he was on actual Survivor after watching his video. But I have Craig at 5th. And why I have him at 5th is because of the simple fact that he gives me Hunter, who played Sequester and just got 5th in Surviving, vibes, because Hunter is a really good game player. He's very good at competitions, and Craig gave me that vibe as well. And I just see him having a big story arc and then losing an immunity at that point in time, and then them sending him home then. So I see Craig getting 5th.
For some reason, I definitely fucked it up on my end. I had TJ as 5th. I might just be stupid. So,
I mean,
Chris,
you definitely are.
Yeah, for you.
Baby, I put TJ at 11th.
Yep. Me being stupid once again.
Well,
it's okay, honey.
Well, I hate the one I'm about to say then. Jack and I have a similar opinion on Craig. Winner pick is also Craig for me. And I thought that before Jack said it.
We can agree on something.
The world's
Holy
burning
shit.
down. Someone check right the fuck now if your house is okay.
I just heard the smoke alarm.
So I've been getting nothing but positive vibes from Craig. I just think he's going to be this starting under the radar player, just trying to understand the connections because he knows that pre-existing relationships exist in games. So I think his goal is going to be find the relationships, abuse the relationships, make it far with using the relationships. And that's what's going to be the thing that gets him deep into the game. And then from there, he can start winning a challenge or two, put himself in a power position to be able to make a couple really good moves, and then just fight his way to the end, saying whatever he's got to. I almost certainly see him making it to at least the first swap. I don't think that's going to be an issue. And at that point, who knows what's going to happen? I have a really strong feeling that we're going to see Craig win this game, and it would be absolutely beautiful.
Okay, and next up, I think I'm starting actually. Dan. So, I wanted Dan on this cast from the moment I saw his application video, because that man is very interesting. He gives me vibes that I feel would be perfect for this specific season. Like, he comes off as kind of a tryhard. He comes off as someone who's going to, like, he kind of reminds me, and I apologize for bringing up these painful memories to some people, but he kind of reminds me of, like, an easier to tolerate Rob. Like, similar personalities, similar gameplay styles, but, like, you don't want to throw yourself out a window if you have to have a conversation with this person. I see the look of terror in Blake's eyes. But yeah, I don't know exactly how Dan's gonna do. I'm thinking like mid-jury, maybe.
Livingston.
I don't really know much about Dan. I heard somebody's going ahead and targeting him, so I don't really know how that's gonna turn out for him. He's one of the intro videos I didn't get to watch beforehand. I'm just gonna put him down for 20th because I have the empty slot. I don't think he's gonna make it far, but that's just my gut, and he may outplace that. I don't know.
Livingston, you said 20th, right?
Yes.
So, Kevin, if he responded in time, and he did. So, Kevin said the first boot of Evelyn's tribe, which I am going to put down as 24th. So
There's 24 people. I thought there's 22.
22. I'm a clown.
I hate Jack.
I hate myself. He said, from my experience, Dan doesn't really show up for challenges and isn't talkative.
I hate
Other than that, I have nothing. So, Connor.
Oh, okay. So for me, like, I actually really liked Dan's video and what he said. I really enjoyed and liked how he's like being straightforward, like, yeah, I'm a truthful guy. And I like the fact that he put that out there in a way that I think some people will bite on. Whether he's telling the truth or not, it doesn't matter. If you get people to work with you, that's the plus, that's the goal. So I think he might be able to do that. I think he'll be able to find his way. It may not be the most graceful ride through the game, but I think he'll be able to like make his way through. Didn't think about food. The food I'm gonna have for Dan is I'm gonna give Dan the Pringle. The Pringle. Not a potato chip, the Pringle. The reason I'm gonna give Dan the Pringle specifically is the Pringle on all the chips is actually like more of a rigid chip. It actually like, it's more like you look at a Pringle and it's like, oh, like a kind of hard surface. Like I feel like people could view Dan as like a hard guy. Okay, not a bat. As a
question.
What's that?
Is it like a can or like just one Pringle?
I'm more of, in my mind, I'm envisioning one Pringle. One Pringle.
Got you. Okay.
I know. In my mind. I feel like you don't really know what you're gonna get out of this Pringle, but you eat the Pringle, and it's like, you know what? I didn't hate the Pringle. Some people hate Pringles, but you just like, I didn't hate it, and I feel like The Pringle is not going to be the first chip you usually grab. I know a lot of people are going to be grabbing the Lay's, the Doritos, you know what I'm talking about, the Takis and all that. But the Pringle's nice for what it is. And for what it is, I saw Blake's mouth go Takis. But for the Pringle, for what it is, it gets you through. And I think Dan is going to be that for a lot of, going to be able to do that and be that for a lot of people. I think he's going to get through. Not super far, but I think he's going to get through, and he might surprise people with his longevity. I'm giving him 12. I hope he'll be active.
Okay. And for me, I like Dan. I really like his personality. He seems a bit more laid back. But the reason we cast him this season is because in his intro video, he talked about advantages. He talked about new school survivor. And this season is peak new school survivor. Advantages all over the board, currency system, all of that. If he is able to use that, I honestly think he can go really, really far. In the exact same respect, I think he is going to play too hard and get fucked too early. So I am personally putting him at 9th. Which gives me only 3rd, 4th, 15th, 19th, 22nd, 21st. Oh, Lord. Chris.
Well, oh, okay. I damn. He gave me Arthur vibes from past and present, which is why I have him at 20th. Because for someone who was really good at the gameplay like Arthur was, he ended up getting blindsided really early. And that was all me. Yes, it was. It was yes, it was. So, which is why I got 4th, but it's fine. Anyways, so but I have Dan at 20th for the simple fact that he may be good at the game, but I think he's gonna get cut really early, and like a blindside in true fashion, like Arthur. So, yeah.
Who renamed me?
Was it brought up at all that one of the main reasons that Dan's even playing this is because he brought up he wants to use advantages as much as possible? Okay.
That's why I framed him as like a really, like, he is the pinnacle new survivor player.
Oh, have we also stated that he's got no chance at winning this game? Have we done that too?
I said he's going to play too hard.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad that that's the overall vibe because that's exactly what I'm getting from him as well. Also, Redhead Julian. I do not see him going far. I already know who I'm putting as my first boot, but I'll put him as second boot, 21st. I don't necessarily think he's going to go out that early. I just don't know who else to put here. I don't see him getting past 16th, however. I think he's going to go before or at swap. He just seems like he's going to be too aggressive and it's going to bite him in the ass. He's going to bet for an advantage. He's going to go for a medium one and then tell someone like an idiot and then burn to a fucking crisp.
So me freaking out was realizing exactly who I have at 24th because
there's no 24 people.
22nd. I'm saying 24th because I'm not used to having a cast that's 22 people. But yeah, I know who's getting dead last.
Ooh.
My first boot was decided on before I came into here. That was the other thing I decided on along with Chloe.
Is it the same person that I'm probably thinking of based off of the chat?
Is it the same person that's been pissing us off ever since we had them a part of the cast?
Oh, I'm just waiting to rip into this person.
I think I have mine. Don't infect me. I have mine. I want mine to be organic. If it's correct with y'all, I want it to be organic.
First, let's let Blake talk about the person we're talking about currently. I forgot who it is.
Dan. So I appreciate Dan's color of hair, and usually I root. Am I cutting out?
Baby, what happened?
I don't know. My internet sucks. I appreciate Dan's color of hair, and I usually root for the Gingers. However,
Ooh.
I do not think Dan is going far at all. There is no way in the realm of possibilities that Dan is making the merge. He seems pretty plain Jane to me, actually. Like, his personality seems really bland, and I don't mean that like in a mean way. I'm just going off of his video. So I have Dan at 19.
Okay, so are we ready?
Oh, I'm ready, and I'm sad. I'm sad I have to go last because.
No, baby, you're the host. You go first.
Okay,
Let's go
okay.
first. Come on.
No, it's okay. I'll go
Julian
last.
wants the last word
Okay,
on this one. I
who is
feel
it?
it. Livingston, you are starting with Kai.
Hey, Kai. Oh, Kai.
Oh no.
So, I'm on production for The Wish. Fun fact.
Who made that mistake?
Alex.
Same.
So,
That also makes
I got to
sense.
see some behind-the-scenes stuff of Kai.
Pause!
And,
Pause! All of you! Livingston, what is this?
Hey!
What is that?
Check the People's Republic Skype group and y'all can see it.
I think I
Okay.
saw the word gay in Minions, so I'm scared.
Okay, now I will talk.
I'm sorry, it's funny.
Kai is, I think Kai's a little on the young side, but that's not really an excuse for the kind of shit that I've seen and heard Kai, say to people. Kai seems very ignorant on a lot of social issues. One of the African-American players of The Wish were told by Kai some very, all lives matter-y type stuff. Apparently, he said some very problematic things to Alex, and Nick Watson's heard about it. So literally either of the tribes with returnees Kai got on, Kai was kind of fucked. So I have Kai at 21st. I should have had him as first boot, but I don't feel like switching it around. Kai told Alex that Alex is the type of person that wants crystal meth to be legal because Alex is a stoner. Kai sucks and doesn't seem like Kai knows how to talk to people. So I don't think Kai's going anywhere in this game. Kai's, as far as I'm concerned, Julian's already snuffed Kai's torch. Like, Kai's just waiting to officially leave the chats because Kai's torch is already snuffed. Kai does not merge in any scenario. Kai doesn't swap in any scenario. Kai's boot number 1 or 2, depending on the way immunity goes. So that's it. Next person can go.
Livingston just roasted
Well,
the shit out of him.
Well, after that, we are going to quickly move on to Car because all that Kevin has to say is 13th, and that's it. That's literally the end of it.
I have a few bases I want to cover with this. I want to talk about Kai, and I want to make a campaign. My first talk about Kai is his food is black licorice. Nobody likes black licorice.
Oh.
That's the vibe I'm kind of getting.
I like black licorice.
I don't like black licorice.
Well, we don't like disappointments either, Jack.
Okay.
Black licorice
Listen, I had-
tastes like ass.
I had Kai already in a
And?
spot in my mind.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I wasn't prepared for that.
I didn't hear it. Thank God.
He said to you.
I said black licorice tastes like ass, and then someone wanted to get cute and said and.
Well, we know you like ass, Jack. Okay, now. I had my placement in mind already, and I'm the type of person that likes to go with my gut, and I don't want this new information to persuade me too much because I'm the type of person that likes to stick with the gut when I feel. I'm going to have Kai. I already have a first boot in my mind, which is a bit controversial, I think, but I'm confident in my abilities of predicting it. I have Kai at 20th, but That's all we're talking about Kai for. I have another campaign, something that I have been talking about for a very long time. And this being brought to my attention has hurt me to the core, Julian, because you cast this man, this child, Kai. Yet, let me finish. Yes,
You want
Julian.
Mark? Shut the fuck
Yes,
up.
give me pies. Give me pies. You've cut pies 4 freaking times, and you cast this fucker. Why? Where did pies opportunity? He's applied 4 different times, and you've cut
I
him all
did not
4
want
times.
this man on the cast.
You should have chosen pies, but you didn't listen to me.
Okay, can we not call Kai a man? Because
Trust me, I downvoted on Kai. I did not want this guy.
I wanted pies, Mark pies on this season so bad. I pitched Julian an idea that I could do and be on production. That way I could have an auto cast, therefore Mark could be in the cast. I was going to try to give him a production and force the hand and get pies. But instead, you bitches decide to then cast this fucker. Now, I'm not done yet. I want all 3 production members on call. You, Jack, you, Keaton, and you, Julian. Look at me in my eyes right now. Make me a promise. Next open season for casting, you will cast Pi if he applies. Is that a yes, Keaton?
Next open cast for Trinity, I will make sure there's a thing called an auto deny, and I will give it to Mark every single time. I will never want. I will say it here right now. I never want to have Mark on a cast.
Keaton, you give me way too much information about yourself. I could cancel you and expose you right now. Back off.
Do it right now.
Anyway,
You
on
say that, but do you mean that?
On that note,
Can we move on because I have a lot to say.
Anyway, on that note, we are going to begin Kai's discussion with a simple confessional from Chloe.
Oh, good. I was going to bring this up, so I'm glad you're doing it.
12:37 a.m. Kai, no, I just saw Alex's blog post, and honestly, we don't really talk that much. He's a really nice person, and we just kind of have conflicting personalities. Chloe, that's cool. What's the conflict? Kai, I'm a Republican and a huge supporter of cops, and Alex is very left-leaning and kind of outspoken. Not a dig against his character or anything. He is a nice person. Okay, so first off, I'm going to say this here. All cops are bad, simply put. Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter, all lives matter, but you know who matters more? The people that are being fucking oppressed. We can't have equality until something fucking happens.
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kai is fucked, and deservedly so. He is my dead last. And the exact reason is that if he's already being exposed for being a Republican, being a huge supporter of cops right now, and he already made other comments, people in this cast will drag him to the end of fucking time. He is the Ginny or the Heather of this cast. Someone that everyone can say, we don't know what we're doing yet. First boot. Simple as that.
I have a question though. I watched Kai's video. Are we sure he isn't trolling? Because this is the same dude that said his favorite castaway. His favorite season is One Ward. His favorite castaway is Colton. So how? Like I feel like. Yes, I feel like yes. That's what he said.
I don't really think that topic is something to troll about, to be honest.
I'm not saying it is, but that's what he said. So
if he's a troll, then Jesus Christ.
I do plan to address this when it's my turn, just so you know. So.
Whose turn is it? Is it my turn?
Yes.
It is.
Oh, okay. I put Kai for dead last, and this is for obvious reasons. I do not know anything about him at all. He somewhat gave off Pietro vibes to me, and I think it's because I don't know. I for some reason have a weird time, like, trying to decide who's who from past seasons and all that, but I gave Kai dead last because I don't see him fitting in, obviously with this whole shit that's going on now. So, but yeah, just I gave him dead last, honey. Go on, whoever started it. I just get to that. So yeah.
Did I hear first boot? Because I heard first boot. Jesus fucking Christ, you are going out the first tribal you attend. And I think it might be so stupid you might throw the first challenge on purpose. Like, oh my. Kai's been annoying us over.
Kai's so good. Jack, Zoom chat.
Kai has been annoying us ever since we've gave him a spot, and we're all regretting it immensely. Kai has been difficult the entire time, and I think they have this sense of self-entitlement, and they're going to continue having it until they realize they need to wake the fuck up. Their child is still time to grow up and change how they are. So I hope they do at some point open their eyes to what they're being. But right now, who is he with? Is he with Nick or Alex?
I think
He's with Nick, and Nick.
Oh, he's with Nick.
If he's with Nick, then
Oh, hold
honey,
up.
it's gonna be a fucking
I,
bloodbath.
I want to address this myself because
Okay, I just want, but knowing that, yeah, for now, I think Nick
Also-
might throw it just to get Kai out.
Also, before, because I know Julian has a lot to say, is is Kai the like please private my intro video one?
Yes, Kai is the one who, before his
Called
video was posted, asked me to private it.
Yeah, he's also being really, really oddly conservative with hiding his shit from his parents. So
Blake, go ahead.
I am not going to give this kid more attention than he deserves. I think he's immature. I think he's a little boy, and I think he's going home first. So that says where my right. My boyfriend vented to me earlier about this kid.
Yeah.
22nd.
All right. 1 second. I'm responding to a text.
Wait, can I mute my TV for this?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. So
I'm muted. We're good.
So I made the tribe chats at 7:45 Central Standard Time. It has been 4 hours. In that 4 hours, he has already managed to make a very racist comment in the tribe chat, piss off Nick, and then start a fight in PMs with Chloe. He has done all of that in 4 hours. So he already has 2 enemies, and it hasn't even been 6 hours into the game yet. We are not even on night 1. He has started fights with Nick, as multiple people have addressed. He is now starting fights with Chloe. Multiple people want him gone before the first challenge begins. He has been insufferable in his prod chat since like the day we started asking for materials. He sent in vertical videos and then was super fucking rude when we asked him to resend, and he was like, no, you get what I send you, I don't fucking care. He's been harassing the entire time about his mom, as I think it was Jack that brought it up. He's going to continue pissing people off. Like, I don't know why anyone voted for him to get into this cast, because that kid has a lot of growing up to do, and it sure shit ain't gonna be in this game. I do not want my series.
I'm gonna be honest at this point. I voted him into this cast because I didn't know what he was like. If I was informed of any of this, he would not be in this cast. I do not stand for racists. I do not stand for just if you do not support someone's life, please fuck off. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, we have a cast photo. Why not?
He's made it extremely clear that he is an all lives matter type of person. He doesn't really care too much about minorities. He did, like I said earlier, make a very racist comment about Africa.
How old is he? Do we know?
He's 15.
Oh, he don't know. Oh, no.
He publicly offended Nick. He started fights in other chats that aren't even game related, as well as 2 people on his tribe. So I honestly think his tribe is going to throw the challenge and vote him out unanimously.
Yes,
he will not survive 1 round in this game. And when he gets voted out, I will take great pleasure in calling him out in his boot chat, in his boot post.
I probably shouldn't ask this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. I thought this
I
dude.
do not want my series associated with someone like him. I do not want him part of this.
And I think I'm going to have to publicly apologize for casting him because it's like I just don't know. Like after everything that's been brought
I
up.
mean, Jack, sweetie, you didn't know,
Hmm.
so it's not really your fault.
I'm just confused on the racistness because, like, maybe it's wrong to assume, but I looked at the intro video and thought he was a minority. Am I just
No,
an idiot?
I thought
No,
he was too, actually.
He made a comment about. Well, he deleted this after Nick made a comment about being offended, but and I might be paraphrasing this, but it was something to the effect of, "All African cities just look like keyboard smashes. They don't spell anything normal."
That's basically what the comment was.
Apparently, from what I remember, I forgot which African American player it was, but the one he was talking to in the Wish, they basically what they related the conversation was he was talking about how the Black Lives Matter movement was like entitled and like shit like that, and I was like,
He also has made some comments towards Jimmy Jackadoo in our prod chat, which I am not a fan of.
What did he? What can I ask? What he made in reference to Jimmy?
Well, Jimmy asked Kai why he's so concerned about his mom, and then he asked, like, "Why are you into my mom?" And he was like, "No, I'm gay." And then Kai started getting all weird with him, like, kind of.
I've never seen your mom, but she's turned me straight. I realized now that you are not straight.
Kai kind of got passive aggressive with Jimmy after finding out that he's gay. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was also homophobic.
What? Here. Do I have it still in my room? I do.
So we've got confirmed racism, confirmed shit stir, confirmed Republican, confirmed troll,
Fuck you.
possible homophobe. Why is this kid in this cast?
Well, here's the thing: if he's being racist, does he get a strike? Isn't that part of like getting a strike? If you're saying things that are going to offend people and not care, doesn't that result in like a strike process?
Keaton, are you typing something in his chat to address this?
I was just gonna say your mom was also possibly turned me straight just to act like I'm gay because he doesn't know me, just to see if he also acts weird towards me. Just to test the theory.
Honestly, like, he's so damn concerned about his mom, and like, I can understand why, considering this is the way he talks to people.
Well, I agree with what Blake said. I mean, the best thing we can do, I feel like, is to ignore it, because the more we spend time on it, the more we give the person what they want. So I say,
if he does any more shit, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I found your mom. I'm just gonna email her everything you've said.
Part of me believes that since he is so young, he's just trying to do whatever he can to get attention, and that makes him even worse of a human being.
You know who wouldn't have done all this? Mark Pie. So let's continue.
Let's
continue and never talk about Mark again. Thank you.
Does anyone know where we were on this?
Duolingo's next. Livingston, go ahead.
I really don't know where to place Duolingo. Let me do some switching around. I'm gonna keep saying Duolingo. Josh is a great player. First of all, I think we probably all know that.
I'm sorry. I did not know who you call him. Okay, continue.
Okay, Josh is a really good player. He's really good at like analyzing things. I think he's positioned fairly well. He has multiple options for who he wants to be that like number 2 he like runs through the game with. As I said, I don't really like winner picks, but I have to fill out all 22 of these spots. So I'm just going to put him at 1 for now. And then my number 2 is kind of a joke because I think it's funny that I'll explain when we get to that person. But I have him at number 1 because I don't think they're going to let him do it. But I think if anyone has the potential to do it, he could. After winning, surviving, and then doing really well in Taze, like, I think he's going to come in with a target on his back. But he has enough people that, like, want him around to where I think Josh merges. If he doesn't merge, he probably gets really fucked in, like, the swap or something. But, yeah, I think that's about
it. Do we have Kevin, or is it my turn?
Kevin?
Walsh!
Jack.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. I definitely asked him already because I am very tired and losing my sanity. Josh, and then I'm just going to text him the other 4. So Connor, go, and then I will say his after yours.
Okay. So I'll start off with the food, so I don't forget. The food I'm gonna give Josh. I was between a couple. I decided to give him grits. Here's gonna be why. Josh is very old school, right? What's more old school than grits? Now, without any butter or sugar, on paper, those grits aren't the most tasty thing in the world. However, you add a little stuff to it, it becomes desirable. People will want to eat those grits. Josh, I think, will admit himself, he's not the most like you don't know what grits are?
He's not from the
God.
South. Grits are traditionally Southern dish.
Wait,
Connor.
honey.
I mean, for the most part.
It's
I don't-
literally
I don't-
okay. Do you know what oatmeal is?
I don't know what grits are either. So
It's kind of like it's pretty much like that.
It's like flavorless.
Yeah.
No. So like Josh will admit it, he's not the most like charismatic. Look, he's very charismatic. He'll admit it, he doesn't have the biggest personality, but what he does offer in like the more like subtle, like kind of like
Standing oatmeal.
what he does offer in his like more laid back personality is a quality that is like endearing. You want to like align yourself with, and I mean that's why I compare him to Grits. Now I think in this game he's pretty well set up. I also think I expect him making a run, and if this twist, honestly, I believe is going to benefit anyone. I think it would be someone like Josh. Josh is someone that evaluates things on a number basis. If you're going to be betting, you're going to be betting the odds of this, the odds of this, the odds of this, to make sure you got the best, most realistic choice to then get the reward that you're looking for in the payment. I know that Josh has played poker before. He does kind of that kind of thing. This is the like odds of like the weighing of the odds is something he's going to be very good at, and this is something that's going to be catered to his skill of what he brings, being a numbers kind of math-ish guy. I do believe Josh is going to be able to go far in this game. I see him making merge. I don't see him making top 5, and here's why. His reputation of playing 2 orgs and getting top whatever in both of them, top 5 in both of them, whatever, top 4. Like, no one's going to let that happen. They're going to want to use him because I think Josh generically, I think basically is a very trustworthy guy, and they're going to want to use that, but no one's going to want to take that too far, which is why I'm deciding to give Josh 7th. I believe he will make him around the merge. He'll get relatively far on the merge, but they're not going to let him get to that next level. And that's my best guess. And my winner pick is still out there.
Okay. You think a returnee is going to win this game? Yikes. Anyway, I do have Kevin's opinion, and I'm sending him the remaining people because I will forget. Kevin starts with all is right in the world. Josh got on the cast. Evelyn. Funny story. Josh was a replacement about less than 24 hours before the cast was sent in.
At 19 hours before cast reveal, he was not a part of the cast. At 18 hours before the cast reveal, he was part of the cast.
He got his stuff in that fast because we were like, we need you now. Get your shit together.
I literally hopped on the Zoom
okay.
at midnight, made a breakout room, and said, Jesus Christ, we need you.
Hey, can I talk to you? Get the fuck on. But Evelyn told me she likes Josh, Rachel, and Michael, which I thought would happen. I think Josh goes very far, but I think he gets cut at the end. Josh has a great reputation, but he gets out of so many bad situations. I think Josh is going to be a silent force in this game and get 3rd and player of the season. Josh, I have worked with him so many fucking times at this point. It's not even funny.
And he regrets it.
Fuck you. But Josh is very level-headed. He knows how to talk to people. He knows how to get his way. I honestly do think that Josh goes really far in this game, and I am going to mirror Kevin's placement by saying 3rd. I think he is going to do really well, but he's going to be cut at the end of the day for TJ, just because he just isn't. He's a much stronger player. And then it goes back over to Chris.
I have Josh at 2nd, making finale but not winning. Personally, the simple fact that I think player. He's done extremely well in every org scenario that I've seen him, so it's very hard for me to see him not do well in another org. And now he has a lot of friends going into it. But I think history will repeat itself where he's won already, like an orgs already, and they're going to be like, well, let's give it to somebody else, even though his gameplay speaks for itself. So I think he's going to get second at the end of the day.
Not just before I talk about Josh. Who the hell was after Craig? Was it Kai? Or am I dumb?
Dan.
Dan. Okay, sorry. And Jack, real quick, what placement did I give Dan?
You gave Dan. I don't have it.
I'm not shocked. I don't think I gave you a placement. What do I got?
Third, seventh.
Oh wait, no, I definitely said 21st because I had my 22nd for someone else.
Mr. Kai. Yeah.
And then put me down for third for Josh because Josh is gonna make it far. Like, come on. I got to watch Josh play the hairy wizard himself. He got himself into too many fucking situations that he shouldn't have. Like, he was supposed to go up on Tom's second HOH in Taste 3.
He didn't.
Josh talked to Tom for 8 minutes, and it got switched. He was supposed to go up, and he was supposed to be the main target, and he got his ass out of it. He got himself out of so many situations to the point where I just assumed he was going to get to the end because he was going to talk his way out of everything. Like, at Final 6, he was up against Tawny, the easiest person to beat in the end of the game, and someone that could have been a very easy go. Tawny leaves 3-0. What? Like, come on, that just shouldn't happen. Josh is one of the best players I've ever watched. I've had the pleasure of being able to watch him, and I'm happy I get to do it again, even if it wasn't the intention. Very much happy to see it. I just think he's gonna get cut in the end because if he doesn't win immunity, it's very obvious to take him out because he'll win.
So I just want to make sure third.
Yep.
My turn.
Mhm.
So I'm just gonna start out by saying Josh is in my 4th place spot. I struggled. I almost put him in my 18th place spot, actually, because for the exact same reasons that everybody has said already. He did really well in Taze. He did really well in LKB. He did really well in surviving, obviously. He does well in everything. He gets himself out of everything. So would people let him get further? Yes, basically. Oh, did I cut out? Sorry.
Yes, baby. Fiction and that.
I don't think it's smart for people to let him get far, but they will. And I do think he's gonna get cut like right at the end. So that's why I'm saying 4th. I want him to teach me how to get out of every single situation because he literally can do that. Sometimes.
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
Good shot.
My life right now.
Yeah, so what placements have I even used? Probably not that many.
The only thing I have marked down is 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 22nd.
Really? Because I also said my winner pick.
Oh yeah, and you said you weren't picked, but I decided not to include that.
Josh is gonna go far. He's probably not gonna win, but he's gonna go far. I'm gonna give him like 7th. I don't know. There's not really a whole lot to say on Josh. We all know he's a good player. We all know what he's capable of by this point. Like, Josh is going to come in there. He's going to go gamebot. He's going to slay. I do think that people are going to catch on, like, around the start of the Jerry, but he'll be protected for a little while. Someone will flip on him, and that move will propel them far.
So,
Is it Livingston now, or are we on the next person? I think it's Livingston because I went last on the last person.
No, we started with him talking about Duolingo. We're on to the next one.
Oh, okay. So we're on the returnees now. So first up is Jerry, and that means that Kevin would start.
yes, he would. And Connor, just get ready because there's like nothing here. So Jerry, don't know much about, so I'm just giving him 12. Connor.
I'm here. One second. I was typing something for something. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So who's it, Jerry?
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so as I know we've talked about a little bit of everyone coming in with like someone that like they're really close with. For example, Livingston had the
Savannah.
So thank you, Savannah connection. Kevin had the Evelyn connection. We're gonna hear from Blake having the Nick connection. I have a connection. My Mexican buddy, Jerry. I love Jerry with all of my heart. He was actually probably one of my first friends on this site, period. And I've loved him ever since as a person. He's one of the purest souls you will ever find on this side. And yeah, it's tough because it's me and there's other people that are super pure. And it's tough competition to be pure on this side, but he's the purest form you will find on this site, comparable to none. Jerry, if you're watching this, I love you with all my heart.
He can't watch it till the end of the season, baby.
And you know he will because I'm here and he
There you
loves
go.
me. Thank you. Now, I have to judge this, putting my feeling and heart aside. So, I'm gonna compare. Jerry to whipped cream. When you have whipped cream on a dessert, whipped cream is always the thing you love. However, you find, I wish I had more whipped cream. My biggest issue and worry with Jerry is his activity. In the past, he's not been the most active in general. He's there, but not to the extent of other people making him noticeable for not being super active. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about him being not super active as much as other people. And then people are being like, well, where's Jerry? Where's Jerry? Jerry is someone who will be loyal to you, and some might even call loyal to a fault to some degree. And he likes to find people to be loyal to and just like be with them. And like usually he finds one person, and that one person has a lot of control over what Jerry does. Jerry has a mind of his own, but Jerry also likes to find friends and buddies to play with. Jerry is more of a buddies, friendships type of player. Like, I want a buddy. Where's my buddy? More so than like a game cutthroat player. And a lot of time, a lot of people could view Jerry as like, oh, he's nice and all, but he's not my number. He's someone else's number. So for those reasons, it's kind of tough. Will he be active? And if he is, I kind of know what I'm getting. I'm going to put Jerry. I love you, Jerry. I'm gonna have to put you at 18th because I'm worried about your activity level. But honestly, I hope you kill it, Jerry, and I hope to see you potentially on All Stars if I'm there. He. Love you, Jerry. Love you, buddy.
So I'll start this off with saying that I don't know why, but for some reason I had Jerry blocked on Skype. And I don't know why. I looked at his profile and I saw I had him blocked and I was like, why do I have you blocked? I don't even have him added as a contact. I just have had him immediately blocked. So obviously something went weird and I don't know when, but it doesn't really affect me. I have no reference frame on Jerry, but I can't really support inactivity. So if he is going to be inactive, then I'm going to fill him in from 19. although I may need to move some stuff around because I have two very low placements. Just keep going.
Okay, so I think the only interaction that I've ever had with Jerry is like, this was forever ago, and this is probably my first ever org that I've ever played, but it was YouTube Survivor. I hope I still get this correct. Cap Verde Hollywood Spectacular Season 1, where I slayed all of you bitches. I'm just kidding.
I'm not on camera.
But that was my first.
I'm not on camera, but I would just like to state for the record that my eyes were rolled.
Love you. But I have Jerry at 17th, and I think the reason for that being is while he did exceptionally well in our season, Julian, I don't see him really bonding with this cast that well. And it's a lot better places than I gave other people, so yeah.
Can I ask production real fast? Has Jerry been active? Like, has he been chatting in the chat?
Yeah,
He's
I've
been
seen him around.
active, but also it took him way longer than it should have to get an action video in.
He was our slacker. He was the slacker.
It's fine though. I've seen him and talking.
Okay.
Who the fuck is Jerry? I got no idea who this person is at all, and frankly, I didn't give a fucking shit to learn. I think. Let me look at my placements again. Yeah, I don't see a 19th, so just for the hell of it, we're gonna throw over Jerry in the 19th spot and call it a day. Sorry, man, I just don't know who you are, and I'm 12.
We know.
So Jerry and I go way, way, way back, and I actually really, really adore Jerry. I remember the days when Connor, Jerry, and I used to sit on call dancing and singing and being fucking stupid. It was so fun. I think Jerry's personality is just, it's fun and it's energetic and people are gonna fall in love with him, I think. However, I don't think that he is a strong game player, but I have
Baby, you need to fix your fucking ugly ass internet. I'm tired.
It's every time that I'm speaking.
Just like your internet is ass.
You said I
have a prediction that's very different than everybody else's. I am actually predicting Jerry to be second place and a 0 vote finalist.
Oh.
Once again, I hate Blake Murphy.
Did you already say who your winner pick is?
Yes.
Wait, Chris, have you said your winner pick, Chris?
No, so I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting too. I'm looking right at you. Let's see, Chris. Let's see.
Who was it? Who was it, Blake?
Michael Hearn.
Oh, T.
Yeah, I have myself and Keaton with Craig and Kevin as Michael Hearn. Did I miss anyone else?
I put someone in my first slot, but I don't like making
I was also Craig.
Connor and I haven't done ours yet. I think Connor and I are on the same wavelength, but I gotta be sure.
Livingston has
I think I
Josh in the number 1 slot.
Oh my god, that's.
So am I going now for?
Okay.
Yes, Jules, it's your turn.
So Jerry was a replacement this season. We originally had another old name, which some of you might not have heard in a while. Alaskan Fire Dragon was supposed to be on the season. But he stopped responding to us entirely and logged off of Skype for 2 straight weeks. So we were like, I don't really want that in the season. So I hit up Jerry on Snapchat because I tried to get Jerry for past and present. He said he'd think about it and never got back to me. I hit him up again for this season, and he said, sure, why the fuck not? So we got him going, we got him in, and he's, like, I can already tell he's grown a lot in the 2+ years he's been gone. I do think that this is going to be a season in which he actually proves that, like, I know that Connor mentioned his activity as a big concern. I don't really think that's going to be a concern here. I mean, there's quarantine, first off. What else are you going to do with your time? And second of all, like, even if there wasn't, I don't think that Jerry right now would put himself into another game being this far into his retirement if he wasn't going to commit to it. That said, I unfortunately don't see him going too far. I want him to go farther than I think he's going to, but I think he's going to be one of the victims of the double. I think he's going to get 13th right before the merge. Same placement he got all the way back in 2017. But
Okay.
man, is it good to have him. Man, is it good to have him back.
So I have no like point of reference for Jerry based on what y'all are saying. I think I'm interested to see him play. Hopefully he does like mesh with people early on. And I don't have much logic behind it, but I have him at 10th just because that's a slot I had open. I think based on what y'all are saying, he could merge. It just depends on how he, starts off the game. So yeah, that's about it.
Kevin already went, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've made it all the way around on Jerry. Next up is Nick. And Connor starts?
Yeah.
Connor.
So Nick is someone I think is going to be a force in this game. Nick is a very passionate person. And I think when people can ride with his passion, it goes well for him. The food I'm going to put for Nick, I actually do not think goes through. Honestly, I'm going to put Nick as a nice beefy steak. Steak is a really like big, like, and it's a hearty meal. And it's something that, like, you eat a steak, you're not eating anything else the rest of the night. That's going to sit in your stomach, and it's a nice, hard steak. And Nick's passion makes his presence, makes their presence, Julian, stop. He's in the chat, okay. Presence, like, super like large, and I love the fact that they get so passionate about things, and I love the fact that they're very like passionate. I mean, I use the word passion in general. Now in games, I've noticed that they tend to like be a big this is roasting me. Nick tends to be a very loud and notable figure in games, and so I do think they'll find momentum. However, I do feel like this season Nick, unfortunately, has merge boot written all over them, which is why I'm giving Nick 11.
So Nick is one of, if not the strongest players I've seen in the modern org community. They are a powerhouse. They can win comps, they can talk to people, they can strategize. And people in this cast know that, but I think Nick will make it far. Nick does have my 4th place spot, just because he is such a because they are such a strong player that I see them going far, but I don't see them winning. I think other people are going to catch on to their strength.
All right. Connor, I thought we were on the same wavelength, but it's okay. It's okay. I have Nick as my winner. I do. I think well, first of all, I have so much love and respect for them. I think they are I could talk so much great things about Nick. I love them so much. But I think they have what it takes to take this game all the way to the very end. Nick is a very polarizing character. Everyone knows who they are, and you just love them. You just love them. And I don't think people are going to take into effect that Nick is this great game player. Nick has social bonds with people. They know how to win challenges. They know what they have to do to get them to the end. And I don't think people are gonna take that into effect. So I have Nick as my winner. I do. Yes, I do. Okay. I thought we were on the same wavelength, Connor, but it's okay.
Ninth. That's where I got Nick. Bluntly, like Nick is one of the most aggressive players I've ever met. If someone finds out it's not going their way, you're gonna hear about it real fucking soon. And that's not even as a game player. That's just Nick. And I do not like being on the opposite side of Nick in an argument in a game. But Jesus fucking Christ, it sucks. Best believe that you better just be on Nick's good side or prepare for hell or have an idol. That's what I gotta say. Make sure that you have protection if Nick's going against you. Eventually, people are gonna realize the threat Nick becomes, and I think they'll secretly gang up, and there will be a major blindside, because that's the only way you're getting away from, with getting out Nick. It won't be like an 8-1 if Nick goes ninth. It will be a 5-4 because a couple people will defect and try to be quiet about it. But I still see Nick trying to play a game that gets them farther than the placement they got in Deception Island, because after the idle play, back for vengeance and back to play a much stronger game in their mind. And 2 placements farther, but still a much better game is what I think will happen.
So I love Nick, obviously, very much, but I do keep my biases out of my cast assessments as much as I possibly can. So with that being said, Nick is very, very stubborn in games. They think it should be their way or the highway a lot of the time, and when it's not, they freak out. And that's what I'm trying. Like I've tried to tell them that they need to kind of calm that down, and they kind of need to, like, Nick also has the tendency to trust people too much, put too much trust in people, and when those people end up burning Nick, they feel very, very backstabbed. And so I think that Nick needs to come into this game not being overly trusting in people, and remembering that at the end of the day, everybody wants to win and everybody will stab who they need to stab in the back in order to get there. I do have Nick down as 11th place as well. I kept this placement open just for Nick because I do feel like at the merge, you want to target at the merge, it either goes one of 2 ways. You either target that really big threat.
Really? No, I'm sorry. Chafula called both of us.
Yeah. You either target that really big threat or you target a really small one. And I think in this situation with this cast, it's going to be that big threat. And I think that is why Nick might get that first merge boo. But I hope that they prove me wrong. I hope they go far, and I hope they win. Obviously,
They are.
I hope they do. I'm rooting for them so hard.
What in the
What in the fuck was that?
I would like to see Nick do well. I don't know if they're going to, though. I mean, I do think they're absolutely going to slay the fuck out of that child, but I think they might dig themselves a hole in the process because people will look at that and be like, okay, this person already has way too much power. And I think they're going to blindside Nick pretty early on. I don't want this to happen because again, I hand chose these returnees for a reason and I want to see them all thrive. And like Nick's elimination is probably the most infamous one in Trinity history, and I do feel they deserve a second shot. I don't know if this is the cast for them though. And that's my concern. But I am hopeful that they will prove me wrong.
Also, what was I gonna say? Oh fuck, I'm gonna remember it in like 10 minutes and then we're gonna be on somebody else.
Idiot.
Oh.
Shut up.
As part of that infamous Trinity Survivor Deception Island elimination of Nick Watson, I was the one that would have went out otherwise. So fun. I'll say right at the top that I also, like Connor and Blake, have Nick at 11th. I think there's a lot of scenarios, especially in that post-swap time, where Nick could get fucked because Nick is a big personality, and Nick's approach to situations, the fear tactic side of it, it works a hell of a lot better in Big Brother, as we saw in Taze 2. I remember that night of the elimination. It was the night before my birthday, which is why it was so funny, because I almost got voted out on the eve of my birth. And
I would have liked to
Nick
have seen
literally
that.
chased me to the LKBVL Skype call where I was like playing Roblox, but I had that call paused because I was on a call with like Kevin and Z and like one or two other people getting things together for what was going to be the Nick elimination. And Nick ran on that call, and Billy was updating me through Roblox how Nick was like, hey, where's Livingston? Is Livingston voting me out? Livingston, are you voting me out? So Nick has a good gut about that type of thing, but that can also rub some people the wrong way. I want to see Nick do well because I love them. I've enjoyed hosting them every time I've hosted them in LKB, which is why they're playing for the third time right now. And I just think, as Blake said, they are too trusting of some people because some people will work with them, but they always know how big of a threat Nick is. And that's just something Nick can't help. So I think Nick either goes right there at the swap or Nick goes early merge. I would love to see a Nick win in this game. That would be fantastic, especially given the track record of Deception Island returnees as of past and present. I would love to see the Deception Island returnee win the game. That would be great, but I don't think it's going to happen. I'd love it, but yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, can I say one more thing real quick? I think Nick doesn't like some people when they get into games, but I think that they need to kind of tone that back a little bit.
God damn, your internet's ass.
Anyways, I think they need to tone that down and not be so blunt and in your face about it, because I think that puts a target on their back in the process. Like we saw Nick go after HLC and Dead Men Walking, which theoretically put a target on their back. We saw Nick do it in Taze with certain people. We saw Nick,
for example, HLC.
Yeah. And I think they need to kind of tone that back a little bit. And you may not like somebody, but don't make that known to everybody, and don't pop off in the main chat about it like day one about it, because I think that could result in them going earlier.
If it makes you feel better, Nick didn't say anything yet about it.
Really? About Kai?
About Kai. So we're off to a good start. In their host chat, but not anything publicly yet.
That actually makes me really proud of them, because usually they pop off right away.
The only thing they said was, "Oh, I don't know about that one," and then they dropped it.
And it was just because of what Kai
racist
said, which was completely valid.
Yeah, "Oh, I don't know about that one" was at the racist comment Kai made, and then it was dropped after that.
Got you. I mean, if something racist is made, then I think that they should obviously stand up against that. I just don't want them to put like that big target on their back day one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's kind of like I was saying earlier. Like they need to not put that target on their back right now.
Mm-hmm.
So is that everyone for Nick?
I think it is. Oh no, Kevin.
Kevin.
Okay, so Kevin, let me get down to it. I love Nick so much. Nick is a great friend and a great player, but Nick likes to get their way, and Nick seems to believe that what works best for him works best for the Alliance. I don't think Nick goes early, though. I'm giving him 7.
Oh my god.
What just happened?
Oh my god. Look at the screenshot Nick just posted in their prod chat. Oh.
What happened?
Yeah. What happened?
I has a Blue Lives Matter face mask.
And may or may not have threatened Nick.
Threaten.
What?
What? I don't think
simply
I'm.
put,
I don't think I'm supposed to do this, but I'm going to break my own rules this one time and forward the screenshot to the cast assessment group chat.
simply put, it reads,
Enjoy.
"See you in 10 years when I'm a cop."
No.
See you in 10 years when I'm a cop. Won't be prejudiced, though, I can guarantee.
Yeah, that is.
No.
You know, as much as. See, this is actually really making me reconsider some things, and I seriously want to boot Kai off this cast because literally after everything I've seen, I'm uncomfortable with him on this cast.
Where in his right mind does he think that any of this is okay?
We've already stated this. We've already gone over Kai. Let's just.
We're going to talk about this.
We will have a discussion later, but let's just drop this and finish this cast assessment. We got 2 people left.
We got 2 more people to get through. Let's get through them.
This is a fun cast assessment.
Next is Alex Jackson. I lost track of who starts.
It is Connor.
I think Connor started for Nick.
Yeah, Connor started Nick.
Okay, then it's me. Okay, so I have to reorganize my list because Alex does not go as early as 15th. But Alex is a really great guy, but sometimes he can be kind of awkward. I don't know much about his gameplay. I haven't seen much of it. He also co-hosts The Wish, he runs The Wish, and I've only heard good things about that series. So, honestly, I want to see what happens here. For now, I'm placing him at 15th, but things have got to change, and the last. My list has got to change because my only spot left is 21st, and I do not agree. Actually, no, I kind of do agree with kind of, sort of. I'm actually going to move Alex at the moment to 21st. I do not agree with it, but the other person on the list, I feel fits 15th better.
Okay, so I actually agree in this with Jack on the boot order. I have Alex at 14, and I pretty much only have him at 14 because Alex plays a great social game. He tries in the challenges and he tries to help out the tribe and everything, but I just see him. He always gets blindsided, and I don't really know why that is. I guess it's just people see him as a huge threat. Like in LKB, I blindsided him because it was either him or technically me, so he had to go then. But Alex always sets himself up for some sort of blind side on him for some reason. I don't really know why, but I have him at 14.
I need to check real quick because I put down the last two placements. I just don't remember what I did. Yes. 12th. Okay. Yeah, sounds about right. So I see Alex at least starting in an okay position. But thing with Alex is I've witnessed two very different sides of Alex during my times playing with him. Either way back in 2018, season 1, 1984, the explosive Alex who just goes off and doesn't give a flying fuck about your feelings, or the Tase 3, not Tase 2 Alex, who just is there, doesn't have much game, just kind of sitting there and floating by. Granted, he said that if he survived that round, he was going to start playing the game, and I believe it. But I think he's going to go more the floater route, especially with the amount of people that are in this game. It will be a lot easier to implement that, at least at the start, and then start trying to get his footing at like 17, 16. But by then, it might already be too late. There might be too many solidified bonds to have him be able to get his foot in. And then right before merge actually hits, his tribe loses, and we see him go out a door.
I agree with what Keaton said. That Alex definitely has two different sides. However, I do think that Alex has grown a lot since those couple years ago, I guess, when he did act super explosive. I also agree that I think he's going to take more of the floater approach. And I think he's going to play very similarly to how he played in Taze. So I only have 9th and 18th left. I am going to give Alex 9th because I think the other person might find themselves in trouble earlier. So I think he's going to float for a little bit and he's going to find himself out at 9th place.
Chris Stoner just flew into my PMs asking if we need a replacement.
I'm crying.
I mean,
that would be hilarious.
I mean, we
He's
do.
already a winner. He's guaranteed all-stars. Relax, bro.
Yeah, but like, I feel like just for the fuck of it, if we need to take someone out, throw a stoner in, see what happens.
No. You take out the Kai and put it in the pie.
That
I'm
would be so
sorry.
funny.
I'd rather throw myself into a river, Connor.
We keep getting so sidetracked, and like I understand a lot of it is my fault.
But also we've been here for like 4 hours, so of course we're getting sidetracked.
Yeah. Alex. Basically, I'm just gonna mirror what Keaton said again. I tend to do that a lot this assessment, huh? Alex is kind of probably just gonna float. Like I hosted Crackhead Alex back in 2017. With his infamous fight against Blake Murphy that lasted 20 minutes, despite only having 3 people there. Shout out to Connor. He's very intensely mellowed out since then, though, and I'm kind of interested to see how he plays now that he won't be screaming at people at tribals. As for placement, I don't. Alex is a tough one because he doesn't really seem to be like super invested into games as of late. He's got like the whole stoner thing going on, and that's cool, and that makes him laid back and fun, but I think it makes him a little too laid back to the point where he's probably gonna like let his game slip away and he's gonna get like, I don't know, 16th swap fucked.
I feel the same. I think he's probably good at least for the pre-swap game, because I think with a pre-merge this big, floating a bit is probably the optimal move. I think as long as he gets those good connections early on. As for placement, I literally only have him at a specific placement to serve a punchline, I have Alex Jackson in second place because I think the funniest thing in the world is thinking about the man who invented jury management getting second place. So that's where I have him.
I fucking hate everything you stand for.
I'm so good. See, Blake thinks it's funny.
That's funnier than it should be. Also, I'm really tired, so that is even funnier.
Alex invented jury management, Kian.
I made that gift, by the way, my prophetess moment, and I was on the totem pole.
I hate it here.
Yeah, that's all my thoughts.
Has Kevin said something? Mr. Gay. Hey, Jack.
Oh, yes. I'm completely losing it. I'm like exhausted at this point, and we're about to have another like conversation after this.
Has
We
Kevin
don't have
responded?
to. It can be tomorrow.
No, we're gonna talk about it now because it's that important. But Kevin, I love Alex as well, and he's loyal and fun, but Alex does not put too much in games. I think Alex will get unceremoniously voted out at 12th.
Haha.
So let me point you all to my board. I have wrote all the numbers down of the placements and erasing them as I give them to somebody. This, I've had people in mind like that haven't gone yet in my mind where I would put them. Now this was not planned, but this is what I have left. This is not an accident. This is planned. Well, not planned, but I'm actually okay with this. I'm planning on keeping it no matter what. I think it's funny. As we see here.
Oh no.
Now I am going to stick to this. I'm not letting what people. I want to follow my gut for once, and not like I don't want too much information to persuade me. I honestly believe Alex will be the first boot, and I'm gonna tell you why. I thought this from the start. What? Are you turning at me, Jack? What's wrong?
Yes, because I just realized who you have as the winner.
Yeah. So Alex is. This has nothing to do with Alex and his maturity, because quite frankly, his maturity is beautiful. I love the person he's become, and I'm so proud of him. I'm looking at this, looking at his tribe, and looking at him. He's got the wish. He's got his new boo. How much focus is he going to be putting into this game? I don't know who that was.
I'm sorry. I got a Snapchat. I apologize. I thought I was on mute. I'm so sorry.
So I don't know how much Alex is going to be focused on to this game. He's got a lot of stuff, other stuff going on. I think he's going to be like, I'm going to try to float. But I don't think he's going to do it correctly. I think his version of floating is going to be, I can do barely anything. If his tribe loses, I'm looking at who could go. When I look at Alex's name, I see a ding, ding, ding as like, I could see him being not only an easy boot, but a boot that would make sense for a lot of different people. Just like as a stepping stool, right? I think Alex is going to be your first boot. I love the guy.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah. I still got to compare him to food, though, so get back to me after.
He literally hasn't even been around night one, day one, because he's been too busy hanging out with Grace. He hasn't even checked in night one.
Now, that also helps prove my point. I do think, like, at the end of the day, like, you're going to want to boot someone. If they lose first, you're going to boot someone that is not contributing in the tribe, but also someone that, like, you're just easy, but also someone you're not going to be too mad losing. If they lose, I think Alex is your first boot. Love the guy. I just think that's how it could be. Now, the food I'm giving Alex is, you ever like watch those YouTube videos online and see those people eating those live octopuses? like they get on those sticks and the octopus is like, don't eat me. But you're like, I'm going to put this in my mouth.
Yes.
So Alex is that octopus. Because he can be a bit stubborn. You just want the octopus to comply and go in your tummy, but he doesn't want to comply. He's mature, but he's still got a little bit of stubbornness. He can. When he has an idea, it's hard to kind of get him off that. That's why I think he's one of the live octopuses, and he's going to can be hard to work with, especially if he starts wanting to control things without building the connections first. And if he's not even here night one, that worries me a little bit. All right, who's next?
I think that's everyone.
No, Timmy.
I mean, like everyone in this rotation, and finally,
So,
Timmy, Chris. I get the last word. Yay!
I don't really have anything to say about Timmy. I know who he is. I think he's a great person. I've never played with him on a game and like in any sort of game at all. So, but from the games that I have seen, he hasn't really made it that far. But then again, I haven't seen every game yet, so I don't really know. I know he's a really good Stars player, and he plays a lot of them on the 10 gauge. But I think he's a great person. He has a great personality. He's funny, but I have him at 21st. I don't see him. I think I have him. I think it's 21st. Let me double check to make sure. Yeah, it's 21st. I have him at 21st. I don't really see him meshing with these people for some reason. I don't know why. But Timmy also, I do know, is this boot list is subject to change for me because I know how good of a social player Timmy is in games. So, but I have him at 21st. Yeah. Keaton. Is he asleep?
We knew someone was gonna fall asleep, but I didn't think it'd be Keaton.
Okay. He has his headphones on. Everyone, I'm going to ask you to brace. Take your headphones out. Mentally prepare. Then you might want to turn down your volume. Now, to all of the listeners viewing at home, you might want to turn down your volume. Get the fuck up, I swear to fucking God.
He's still asleep. Yeah, he's still asleep.
That fucking
I'm the person who would sleep through anything. Okay.
Oh my God.
Let me try. Can I try?
I mean, go for it.
Chloe's tits. It didn't work.
Connor, so
Okay, but realistically, I guess we'll just skip him. It's the last person. It's all right.
Oh, look at him sleeping so peacefully.
That's the only time he's at peace. The rest of the time he's a little war of a human being, of a child. Freaking conflict, motherfucker. Okay.
I also agree with Chris. I don't have much to say about Timmy. I've known of him for a while, but I don't actually know him personally or how he plays the game. But I know a lot of people did like him in TASE 3. So I guess he has that going for him. I'm not sure how he's going to play the game. I don't really get a good read on him. The only placement I have left is 18th. Do I think that he's going to get 18th? Probably not. He's probably going to get a little further, but as you see, I have no other choice. So I am putting Timmy at 18th.
So, first of all, New Beginnings reps have been turning the fuck up lately. And Timmy is another replacement, this time for Maddie, who dropped out for reasons. And
a lot of reasons.
So I didn't think Timmy really struck me as the type of person who would pay attention to orgs, but in TASE 3, he played one of the most dominant games I've seen in quite a while. And I'm still shocked at the fact he didn't win. He's a really good player because he's just so good at building those bonds. And in New Beginnings, even though he was 6th boot, he was an incredibly important person to the storyline. And I think that now that he's actually got his head in the game, that he's actually like well aware of what he's capable of, yeah, Blake, you're good. I do think he's going to come at this game full throttle, and I do think he's going to go really far in this game. I think he's going to get blindsided for 6th.
Okay, so I've been kind of aware of Timmy because most of TASE 3 was during my MIA time in the wilderness or whatever. But everything I've heard about Timmy has been good. I know Rachel has been very excited to play with Timmy. Josh seems very excited to play with Timmy. Timmy did well in Taze 3. Timmy's already part of what appears to be a really, serious trio based on what I know about Josh, Rachel, and Timmy and their feelings on each other. So I think that he's set up, barring like a weird swap thing. The only placement I have open currently is 9th. I think he could go before then during the swap, but he could definitely go after then and be like a lock for the end game. I just don't know. Timmy's somewhere I think he really does have the capacity to fall in most parts of the board. I would bet that he's definitely not that first like pre-swap portion of the game though.
So here would be Kevin. And Kevin, let me find it. I am, okay. Timmy, I'm going to give second and a 0 vote finalist, but I realize my placements are fucked up and I will fix that later on. Go back, please, you fucking bitch.
My turn.
We are all heading out at this point because we are like nearly out of here. I know Josh is apprehensive, but all I've heard is how good Timmy is. And then Connor.
I've been waiting for this moment all freaking night, dude. I want to tell you guys. I know that like Keaton's asleep. They're all leaving because it's late. It's 12 o'clock midnight right now, and it's 1 o'clock for them Eastern folks. Actually, it's 1 o'clock Central now, and it's 2 o'clock for them Eastern folks. But I've been waiting all 4 hours and some minutes to tell you about this guy named Timmy. There's a reason he's right here on my board, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this board. Take a moment and look. Why is this left? Because Timmy is there. Now, a few things I want to talk about Timmy. Number one, the only negative I could ever think about Timmy's game is at first, the way he plays and his style could be off-putting to a few people. You saw he was nominated early in Taze. The reason I'm not worried about this fact, want to know why? He's coming in this game with people that want to work with him, people, connections, that if that even happens, he'll get through it. He will get through on that. Now, I also want to point you to the fact that when Timmy builds a bond, that bond is stronger than mother's love, people. I'm talking that bond is super, super strong. And he plays loyal, but so his bonds are just like, they're like touching you. They're like, ah. So Timmy is terrific on that front. Now, Timmy's biggest competition down the line, which let's face it, I have no worries in my heart he will make it down the line. I know he will. He's that freaking good. Play with him twice. He's that good. Now, the reason I think Timmy's going to win among other people, I could have picked a Josh. I could have picked other people that are also well set and really strategic. But the reason I picked Timmy, I'm confident when Timmy, the amount of work that Timmy is going to put into socializing in this game, when it's time to make the moves, to cut the people like the Joshes and the Nicks and the whatnots and the people who are also connected with Timmy, Timmy will be able to convince the people like a Rachel if she's there, like an Abrielle, like all these people, he will be able to convince them to cut Josh. Timmy is good. So good. I have been honored to make his acquaintance in his community because he's not only a great person, he's a freaking great game player. And honestly, I want to learn some motherfuckers because one day, if I can say I'm as good as Timmy, I'm going to freaking just take me now, Jesus, because I'm happy. Now, let's get to the food portion, ladies and gentlemen. Food. I figured it'd be the only fair thing to do. Probably my favorite food, right? Gotta give it to my favorite player right now, the one I think is gonna make it all the way. What's that food? I'm a country boy. Timmy is the gravy of this season now. He is the gravy. Multiple reasons. When you put gravy on that gravy gets everywhere. It's like everywhere. That's Timmy. He gets everywhere. He's everywhere. That gravy, you just want to eat more of that gravy. It's so fun. I love this gravy, man. This gravy is so good. Like, that's Timmy. You want to talk to Timmy more and more. I love Timmy. I love Timmy. More gravy, please. I love Timmy. Now, you have your country gravy and you have your brown gravy. I've seen different sides of Timmy. They're all great. You have your preference. I like the country gravy. I like the side of Timmy that is just like really fun to be around, really goofy side. Now, If that's what you like as well, you're gonna love country gravy side of Timmy. There's also the side of Timmy that's really, really strategic and very smart and very methodical. If you like that side, you're gonna love the brown gravy kind of Timmy. That kind of Timmy you're gonna love. Folks, I'm calling it now, right here, right now. Timmy's gonna win this game. Not only is he gonna win this game, he's gonna freaking prove to everyone how good he is. And honestly, I'm so here for it. Yes, he's coming in with a target because he just played a dominant game in taste. Am I worried about that? No, because I'm confident he'll be able to overcome that because he's Timmy. And honestly, I don't use this term lightly, folks. I don't use this term lightly. I'm going to say it. There's a really, really high possibility, in my opinion, of all the games that I've played and all the encounters I've had, that Timmy might be the BOAT, the best of all time. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. Timmy is that good. And I'm saying this now. He will not disappoint. He will not disappoint, and he will slay this game. No doubt about it.
I mean, you already got to see him at work when you guys took out Ben together.
Yep. Timmy is freaking good. And I'm so excited. And honestly, I'm going to say this now. I've never been one to be afraid of making opinions and making statements. And I'm going to say it now. And Julie, I'm going to apologize in advance. But it was a travesty that you were going to cast a Mad Dog over Timmy. That is a travesty. And that is shameful. Timmy deserved to be in that spot automatically, and no question about it. He did not deserve to be an alternate. He's that good. He deserved that spot over Mad Dog. Mad Dog doesn't even play games to win. There, I said it. Someone's got to say it. I did. Amen.
And
I like her, but I do kind of think we upgraded. Not gonna lie. Sorry,
yeah,
Maddie.
I do as well. I'm gonna end this off since literally everyone is checking out at this point because they're all so tired, and the only one who isn't is currently asleep. Timmy, in my opinion, is one of the best players I've ever seen play any sort of game.
Bingo.
There is a caveat to that, though. He can make amazing runs, and his social game is amazing. But people in this community know he just won Taze.
He didn't win.
Well, I'm sorry, he didn't win. He was supposed to win.
Damn.
Every single person knows he was supposed to win, and every single person will come after him. All it takes is one person saying, yeah, he did amazing in Taze. Like, what, 5-6 comp wins and tons of support? It's all it's going to take for someone to say, cool, shoot him, he's gone.
Disagree.
I have him at 15th just because I think people are going to take him out. But as much as I don't want that to happen, that's how it's going to happen.
You think that's going to happen, Jack. You think logically that's going to happen, but it's not. Because Timmy's so good, he's going to sneak into people, get his sinking teeth into people, and it's not going to happen. You think it should happen, and it should happen, but it's not going to happen because Timmy is the BOAT. You heard here, folks.
Okay. So with that, Julian, final remarks?
All right. Thank you to everyone for hopping in. Thank you, Keaton, who's asleep, Jack, who stayed the whole time, Connor, who is also still here because he's a legend, Blake, Chris, Kevin, all icons. Livingston, he's also cool.
He likes to beat right here.
Can't wait to see how